believe that someone else will save it. Today, we gather not just as professionals, but as stewards of a shared planet, entrusted with the responsibility to create a sustainable future. In an era where environmental challenges dominate global conversations, organizations play a pivotal role. In this race towards sustainability, human resources act as drivers of change and emerge as the guiding force, bringing sustainability to the business dynamism. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of ZIMAR, the HR Association of School of Human Resource Management, XIM University, I, Rujita Ashtekar,
and I, Anvesha Gupta,
first year students of the School of Human Resource Management, extend a warm welcome to you all to Kshitij 2024.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our eminent guests today. We have with us Ms. Amrita Majumdar, Global Head HR at Avatar, Ms. Bobby Patnaik, President NHRM Bhubaneswar Chapter and HR Business Leader Infosys, Father S. Anthony Raj S.J., respected Registrar, XIM University, and Dr. Andrew Gupta, respected Dean of the School of Human Resource Management, XIM University. I request the dignitaries to kindly be seated on the dais. I now invite Dr. Shubhra Patnaik, Associate Professor, School of Human Resource Management, to welcome our dignitaries with a bouquet of flowers. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed panel members, guests from NHRM, respected deans of the other schools of XIM University, faculty members, case competition teams, members of the media, and my dear seniors and batchmates. I take the privilege to welcome you all to this grand event.
Kshitij 2024 is the annual flagship event of ZIMAR, which brings together illustrious leaders from the field of HR to discuss the current trends, generating engaging and unique insights. The event facilitates the harmonious synergy between academia and industry, offering students a unique opportunity to familiarize themselves with the contemporary industry practices. Our topic for this year is Green HRM, gaining a competitive edge through sustainable HR practices. Green HRM is all about building a workforce that not only works smarter but also works sustainably. It's about aligning business goals with eco-conscious practices to create a win-win, a healthier planet and a competitive edge for the organization. We will dive deeper into the theme with a stimulating panel discussion with eminent industry leaders. We are truly grateful to them for taking the time out to address the students.
I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to mark the beginning of Kshitij 2024 by lighting the auspicious lamp that symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and illumination.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Thank you all. Special thanks to Ms. Akansha Nainwal for the shloka chanting. I now take this opportunity to invite Father S. Anthony Raj S.J., respected Registrar, HRM University, to kindly deliver the opening address.
Respected Professor Andrew Datta, Dean, School of Human Resource Management, and the faculty advisor for today's event, Ms. Bobby Patnaik, the President, NHRD in Bhubaneswar Chapter, Ms. Majumdar, Global Head, HR and Avatar, Dr. Shubhra Patnaik, the faculty advisor for today's event, respected panelists, faculty colleagues from our school as well as from other schools, dear students, and friends of the media, a very warm welcome to today's event and a very warm welcome to the panelists and NHRM members back again to our campus. First of all, my congratulations to Zimar for hosting yet another event. Without any break, we have been holding both the symposiums and the Kshitij, even during COVID times, without any break. And congratulations, Zimar. Congratulations all those who are involved in hosting this particular Kshitij 2024. Now we have given ourselves this year the topic for our conversation, Green HRM, gaining a competitive edge through sustainable HR practices. Now, the prefix green, is it just a fad? You know, there's one green something going on in the IC2, nature-based solutions, 3-day UN Academy. Why, as HR professionals, we need to get involved in this particular topic, a topic of conversation worldwide? We primarily gather as co-pilgrims in this one common home that we have. The anchors, both of them in their introduction, were very emphatic in mentioning that. And we also gather as co-pilgrims who go through this eco-anxiety with all the other co-pilgrims. We are anxious about climate change and the repercussions of the climate change. And therefore, responsive as we are, dealing with people primarily in our organizations, we want to integrate the environmentally sustainable practices and principles into the human resource functions. That is the primary goal of this particular day-long deliberations. So how do we build in the environmental sustainability, the social responsibility, and the employee well-being into a whole? That all these three are interrelated. I'm sure those who are going to come after me, Professor Andrew, the faculty advisor, and Ms. Bobby Patnaik, who is going to set the context for today's deliberations, will dwell on this more. I, as administrative head of this university, at times I do wonder, I want to pose this as a question for you. At times, it looks like in adapting to sustainable practices, it's getting to be more costly. For example, the solar panels that we have all over our terraces. When you calculate the cost benefit, we are still not breaking even. I'm talking about reduction of carbon footprint, the money that you spend for such an exercise. And therefore, the sustainability of these sustainable practices is itself posing a big challenge. And this is where we have to come up with more and more solutions that are sustainable in themselves first. I leave this question to you. I'm sure the more we invest our time and energy during the whole of the day, the entire, both the seniors and juniors are here. I hope we will stay put here during all the conversations that we will have. May we have the best of conversations to gain as professionals how we can integrate sustainable practices into human HR function. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring words. Now, I invite Dr. Andrew Datta, respected Dean, School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, to deliver the welcome address.
Every year, I am privileged to get this honor of welcoming industry stalwarts, thought leaders, movers and shakers of the Indian HR fraternity into our school for one of the finest B-School HR event, Kshitij, which is organized jointly by ZIMAN, the HR Association of Exciting University, supported by the School of Human Resource Management and the National HRD Network Bhubaneswar chapter. I take this opportunity to extend my hearty and warm welcome to Father S. Anthony Raj, SJ, Registrar, XIM University, to our keynote speaker for Kshitij 2024, Ms. Amrita Mazumdar, Global Head HR at Avatar, and Ms. Bobby Patnaik, HR Business Leader, Infosys, and President, NHRDN Bhubaneswar Chapter. I would also like to welcome our eminent panelists, Dr. Krishna Kumar Padi, Joint President and Cluster Head, Odisha and Mining, Hindalco Industries Limited, Mr. Sudeep Patnaik, Vice President, Global Talent Acquisition, Everest Group, Dr. Brijendu Gupta, Business Coach, Founder and CEO, Brijendu Gupta and Associates, Mr. Vikas Dure, General Manager HR, WNS Global Services, and our moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Aniruddha Majumdar, Executive Coach, VP and Senior Product Manager, JP Morgan Chase and Company. My warm welcome also goes to our faculty members of School of HRM and other schools of XIM University, invited guests, members of the media, our staffs, and of course, to all our dear students who are present here today. The theme for this year's Kshitij is Green HRM, gaining a competitive edge through sustainable HR practices. In recent years, green human resource management has emerged as a key strategic concept aimed at shaping employee behavior to help organizations achieve sustainable competitive advantages. Organizations have increasingly focused on fostering green cultures within their operations. At the organizational level, implementing green HRM offers significant benefits such as cultivating environmental friendly culture and work environment, improving resource efficiency, enhancing corporate reputation, and boosting economic performance. HRM becomes green by setting environmental objectives and raising employee awareness through eco-conscious HR practices, ultimately contributing to the development of an eco-friendly workplace. Workplaces can become more environmentally friendly by encouraging initiatives that promotes sustainability. Employees can advocate for reducing electricity consumption by encouraging work from home, reusing items like ceramic or glass coffee cups and bags, adopting 100% recycled papers, and opting for other eco-friendly cleaning products. Providing organic coffee, tea, and healthy food options during lunches and meetings further supports a green lifestyle. Additionally, practices such as remote work and telecommuting help reduce vehicular pollution, save time, and cut costs. Encouraging employees to use eco-friendly transportation options, especially like trains, bicycles, or walking, not only minimizes pollution but also lowers fuel and vehicle expenses. Choosing clothing made from natural materials over traditional branded suits can help reduce reliance on air conditioning and heating, contributing to a greener workplace. This is what I wrote last night, thinking to say something that would be more academic, scholarly. And then I was thinking, every time, whether it's symposium or Kshitij, one is speaking like a dean, giving some scholarly tips and insights, but then something which comes from a more thinking man. I have no qualms in confessing that somehow the word sustainability doesn't go well with me. We are all here for a small, brief moment of time and then we all go. This world is never going to remain forever. If you go by the Brahma Vaivarta Puran, it is going to be here for some 4.32 billion years. Then the universe goes up. If you see a lot of reels coming from NASA on Facebook, it shows that there you are standing in your home and then you are zoomed out, and then you see the whole universe and the metaverse. Nothing is here forever. The Indian Shastras emphasize on that point, that we are here but for a brief moment. But then, when I look at the word sustainability with a more open mind, with more acceptability, I tell myself that in that brief moment, even if it is a millisecond compared to the entire life of the universe, can we make it a better place to live? And at that point, I always hear that statement which I heard many years ago, I don't remember where, but I always remember that and remind myself of my duty towards sustainability is we have not inherited this world from our forefathers. We have not inherited this world from our forefathers, but we have borrowed it from our children. And that is where sustainability becomes very, very important. So, I will not spoil your suspense. I would really love to have our panelists, our speakers, who are industry stalwarts, who have been opinion makers and thought leaders in the field. They would be enriching each one of you in today's Kshitij. And sustainability will be something that we will have to live with, because that is what is going to make us go on. That's going to make our world a much more beautiful place. And even though it's a millisecond that we are here in this world, in this universe, still that 1 millisecond matters. So let us all join our hands in a big round of applause welcoming our speakers and eminent dignitaries for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for encouraging us with your words. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you all Ms. Bobby Patnaik, President, NHRD and Bhubaneswar Chapter and HR Business Leader, Infosys. Ms. Patnaik works with Infosys, managing close to 10,000 employees across the globe for the entire spectrum of HR programs. In addition, she manages HR for the top 55 large and complex business accounts of the organization. Ms. Patnaik also spearheads the Gender Equity and Inclusivity Program for Infosys India. I cordially invite Ms. Bobby Patnaik to set the context for today's event and deliver the inaugural speech.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Dr. Andrew, Father Anthony, Ms. Amrita, panelists and friends. I'm Shraddha, who's my co-conspirator, I would say, in the National HRM Network Bhubaneswar Chapter. A couple of weeks back, my son, who works with me in his postal in Gurgaon, gave me a call out of the blue. And it is not like him to call. Generally, when he calls, there is something he needs. I don't know if that's the case with all of you. So almost all calls are one-way traffic. Calls go from me and his father. And most of the times the response from the other side is, I'm busy, I'll call you back. That call sometimes comes, sometimes it comes after 15 days. So if he calls, there is something that he needs. However, that day he had called, he was not well, and he said, my eyes are watering and I'm not able to work. So essentially the AQI that day was pretty bad in Delhi. And he said, I said, have you not closed your doors and windows? He said, the doors and windows are all closed. I said, is your air purifier not on? He said, my air purifier needs an air purifier. It is showing red. That was, I think, the peak time when that entire stubble burning stuff happens in and around Delhi, and it was, I think, particularly bad day for Gurgaon. So I think, I think a lot of people spoke about, and in many ways, many of us share the skepticism that we have about sustainable practices because multiple things, like Father Anthony said, what's the cost? Is the sustainable practice sustainable? Are we doing enough? Right? For example, I think all of us do something like recycling our plastic, not throwing away our cardboard and all of that. But the question I think which still haunts us in our nightmares is, is it even a drop in the ocean, and is it going to make a difference? I think in I don't remember the exact, it was 2019 I think, when Greta Thunberg won the Person of the Year in Time magazine. She was probably the youngest person to win the Person of the Year in Time. The point is that unfortunately, the burden, the onus of the planet falls on the young shoulders of the people sitting in front of me. It's an onerous burden, no two things about it, and you could probably going forward blame it on your earlier generations like us, saying that you did not do enough to take care. But the point is that there is no running away from it, right? It is now or never. So on one hand, I'm happy that we have, I was very surprised actually when Shubhra told me that this is a theme this year. I was very surprised, but I'm very happy, and this is being taken forward in a very serious way, irrespective of whatever is the ROI or the outcome. And very coincidentally, last night there was a message from our national president, Mr. Prem Singh, who happens to be the group CHR of JK, sending out a directive to all the chapters across India and abroad, saying that going forward, in all national HRD network events, we will completely eschew any unsustainable practices, no use of plastics, and try and align with the overall purpose. So it was very coincidental when I saw that the theme of today's Kshitij was also in line with the kind of philosophy that we have at National HRD Network. Last week, and it's a great news for us, National HRD Network celebrated inaugural of the 50th chapter of NHRD across India, Singapore, and thank you. By the way, the Wi-Fi was terrible. I was telling Shraddha on the way. Everybody, including the national president, looked like ghosts on the screen. We could not hear anything. I switched on the live captions, and it was a lot of gibberish. So Dr. T.V. Rao, who's one of the doyens of HR movement, he said we should have done it in a good academic institute. And the first thing which came to my mind, we should have done it in XIMB Bhubaneswar, maybe instead of La Meridian in New Delhi, which was a disaster. But a long story short, we inaugurated the 50th chapter, and NHRD Bhubaneswar chapter won the NHRDN Falcon Trailblazer Award that day, which makes it one of the two or three chapters across India to win it. This year, we are also on a drive to incubate and foster student chapters across academic institutes. That is one of the visions that the national president has for the body. And in fact, that same day, 2 student chapters got inaugurated. One was, I think, IIM Ranchi. The other student chapter, which is going to get incubated and fostered by HRD Bhubaneswar, is Accelera Jamshedpur, and we inaugurated it that day. So I'm just, they call it maybe crystal ball gazing, but I'm amazed that how some 10 years back, almost a decade back, NHRD Bhubaneswar and XIMB actually thought that we could collaborate, launch on this venture, which is not a small venture by any means, of a pan-India student competition where more than 20-25 best B schools of India participate. I think, I don't know, 12,000 or more students participate in the first round, and bring this to this kind of a platform where all of us are here together celebrating this in the campus. So I think it was very fortuitous and a lot of foresight from both XIMB Bhubaneswar and NHRD Bhubaneswar to make this happen. My thanks to all of you, especially to Zimar. Brinda has been coordinating with me, and Ruchita and your friend as well, for making this happen. My earnest appeal to you would be, how do we make this collaboration not just a once in the year flash in the pan, but something which is more continual, which is more sustained, where we can have a continual engagement and a two-way relationship both between Zimmer and NHRD Bhubaneswar. So thank you very much. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your enriching insights, ma'am. Now, we're honored to introduce you to our keynote speaker for the event, Ms. Amrita Majumdar, Global Head HR at Avatar. Ms. Majumdar is a seasoned professional with 20 years of experience leading cross-functional teams in global tech and fintech companies, having held leadership roles at leading organizations including Google, Adobe, Samsung, and Oracle. She currently leads the global HR team at Avatar.ai, aligning people strategy with the company's vision of democratizing 3D visual discovery. Ms. Majumdar is also the founder of Blooming Technology, an HR analytics company focused on transforming talent management through data-driven insights. I now invite Ms. Amrita Majumdar to deliver the keynote address.
A very warm good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank Father Anthony, Dr. Andrew, every faculty in XIM University for hosting me. A big thanks to NHRD, Ms. Bobby Patnaik as well for collaborating with XIM University for such a noble cause and a noble event. In fact, I was just talking to Brinda yesterday on our way to the university that why did you pick up such a different topic? I mean, it's very unusual. And then you picked up a very different panel also, a panel member who represents AI. I mean, in a lot of people's mind, this is such a contradicting, areas. And it's almost looking to me as if I would now deliver the most controversial conversations. So if you're game up, then let's start. So I want to start with some Q&A, okay? How many of you, and of course I know that you're in Bhubaneswar, could be in different quantums, but how many of you in the last 1 month have made a purchase on an app, whether it's an Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Zomato, Ola, Uber? More than once? Great. Now we are going to start with that note that we made a couple of purchases, and it was Diwali as well, right? So a lot of purchases in Amazon and all these places. So imagine the number of times that the delivery boy had to come to your place and deliver. And how did they come? Scooty, bike. What were they using? Petrol, diesel, right? So we are living in this world, which unfortunately or fortunately, we have everything in the click of a button in our mobile. Can you promise me that for the next 1 month, you are not going to pick up your phone, or you are going to pick up your phone only to dial your parents and nothing else? Can you promise me? No? Okay. So with that note, I'm going to start with the sustainability chapter. So the first thing that I wanted to tell you is about the real stories which are happening behind us. Let's look at all the companies. The company survives because we have consumers, and they also survive because they have investors. So let's look at the consumer side of the story. McKinsey did a 5 years study over consumers who were purchasing consumer packaged food. And they found that there has been an increase in demand for food, cosmetics, and household products where there were ESG claims, which actually means that consumers like us were buying those. What do you mean by ESG claims? It means that in the packaging they wrote eco-friendly, or they mentioned not tested in animals, or maybe biodegradable, or woven, or it is earthy, and all of that, right? And the companies which were making those ESG claims had made 28% cumulative growth over other companies which did not make ESG claims, right? We as consumers were also willing to pay more for those products. And those products saw 32 to 34% repeat, recall. Brand recall was more because a lot of us were buying them. And how many times did we actually get into a Fab India, outlet and thought, Fab India, ma'am? Great. In an outlet and thought, oh, okay, this is something which is hand-woven. How many times did we go to the textile industry and all the other stories that are talked about and we said, I'm going to pay a premium because this is something that I would want to give back, right? So let's start with something as small, and the data speaks that they have seen, the companies are seeing an incremental growth. Let's look at the investor side of the story. Now, I represent a Series B company funded by Sequoia and Tiger. What means for them? Money and revenue, right? They don't want to talk about anything else. But the reality is, the intrinsic investors, the long-term investors, 85% of them are really looking for companies which are making those ESG claims. It's not just in energy or not just in manufacturing or maybe in pharma industry, but in most of the industry. And surprisingly, out of them, 55% of those 85% investors are also not looking for any return on their cash flow, which means they are only saying that do this ESG claims. And ESG, for all of you know, right, these are more business-centric, sustainable goals. So there is definitely a genuine interest from the investor and from the consumer like us to make sure that we are approaching sustainability in an unknown way, but we are still approaching it in an unconscious way, right? So there is a movement. Now let's look at what we are doing here in India. We all speak about sustainability. In India, we have 35,000 sustainability reports which has been filed by 858 companies so far. So again, there are a lot of movements which are even happening here. How far this reports will really be meaningful for a greener economy, greener jobs, greener society, future is to tell, but at least there has been a genuine effort, right? Now we are talking about green economy and green jobs. Surprisingly, what I'm going to talk about right now is about our company. Now we are an AI company, and so the first thing that we are doing for a green economy, where India has got almost 18.3 million green jobs which are available as per financial year 23, and there would be another 2.77 million jobs which are going to get added by financial year 25. So there is a huge amount of opportunity that lies ahead of us, which unfortunately we are not very sure if we are tapping in the right way. So what can we do as HR leaders, and I'm especially talking more from our fraternity point of view because we all have leaders here. What should we do for this? We can all talk about sustainability and maybe only report, but there is another way of saying that let's build up a sustainability workforce. So the first thing that we thought in our company to do is to have a sustainable workforce. What does that mean? We are an AI company, and so most of our things are run in artificial intelligence, Gen AI, and you will be hearing a lot of this from our company. It also means that for the longest period of time in our company, we didn't have ML ops. What do ML ops do? They actually make sure that every cloud computing that you're doing is very stable and very secured. So that was the first investment that we started doing in terms of a sustainable product, making sure that we are, putting the seeds of the right talent. And, fortunately, all of this that I'm talking today are green skills, although it is AI. Yeah. So, what is a sustainable workforce going to look like in our company in next few years? It would look like a company which has invested today for an opportunity or for a skill which we need for tomorrow. It could be anything like transitioning from an AI to a Gen AI. And why Gen AI? Because it is computing a lot of data in itself. So that was the first thing that we do it on talent. The second thing that all of us are talking about is cloud computing. How many of you know that cloud computing really contributes to decarbonization? Anyone? Any guesses? No? So if we use cloud computing as on today, we would be, cutting down or abating almost 35% of carbon footprints for achieving the net zero by 2050. That is how cloud computing is going to help us. And Father actually mentioned about the sustainability of the sustainability, right? So indeed, if we will have to have cloud computing running across the world, we would need 9.2 trillion every year. This is the funding, these are the financial numbers that we need. So companies has to really accrue and put aside this amount of money, and that's exactly what Avatar is doing right now. We are investing heavily on our cloud computing because all our product has to be sustainable, and we are really shelling out this money for our cloud computing. We also made a shift in Gen AI, and today we speak about Gen AI in every sector. It's not about 3D or computer vision alone. We are talking about AI in agriculture. Imagine if we can predict how the weather forecast is going to look like. We wouldn't possibly have, many of us who are coming from Bangalore, we speak about floods. Here as well, we speak about floods. What if we really tell the farmers that, hey, don't do this farming right now because there is a weather forecast coming in? Or if you say that, hey, the soil is going to be having this much percentage of deficiency, so you need to really up your soil before you really do any agriculture thing. Let's talk about fault detection in energy. If you can make a fault detection by AI in energy sector, imagine the amount of energy that you're saving even to solve that. So I think the second thing that we are doing is to invest on the right tool and the right mechanism. And that's what is leading us to say that we are making a sustainable product. We are making our baby steps to make sure that we are not contributing to the carbonization of the world, and we are trying and doing our little bit to contribute to the net zero by 2050. The third thing that we are doing is on gender equality, gender diversity, which is also one of the most important things that a lot of us talk, a lot of us make it as a matrix. Hiring women is not a matrix. It's not a data. You don't have to really go behind hiring women and lower down the bar and, just because we have to accommodate us. I think the seed has to be that you make the funnel so big that it has to encourage people to come. Give us a platform where we can operate and we can grow. So that's where we also started doing, and we are very proud in saying that today Avatar has 40% of women leaders in the exec level. We are also proud to say that our definition of diversity has extended beyond just gender. We represent 26 different states. We have talent representing from 26 different states and union territories. Again, a conscious effort to make it more uniform and more diverse. The third thing that we are talking about has gone a bit more than just representation. We speak about AI in our company, but we have 3D artists who are in the R&D team, who are sitting along with the AR scientists to make sure that we are making a product that is just not sustainable, but is also commercially viable. So we are not going to waste time, we are not going to waste computing time, we are not going to waste the cloud investment that we are doing. So that's another thing that our company is doing on diversity. Needless to say that the last and final one that I want to leave you with is most of our employee engagement events or anything that we are doing or any programs that we are doing is centric to either wellness or conservation. It would be food. So what we did is when we saw the Gen Zs, and by the way, 80% of our population in our company is Gen Z. So no burgers in our company, no chips, no soft drinks, nothing is allowed. So we are trying to make sure that you have a healthy life, and we are also trying to make sure you understand food. So every time there is a food wastage, our admin team will just post it in the journal Slack group saying, hey, this amount of food got wasted, this is the number of beans that we are capturing, make sure that you're not wasting it. So goes with water. If you go to our restrooms, obviously we are paperless restrooms, but if you go to the restrooms and there are tap open, we have made a lot of volunteers. They would go and say, hey, you know what, the water was leaking. By the way, who was it in the last thing? So it is like co-owning, and we are just creating it to make sure that we are leaving behind something for you guys, and you're leaving behind something for your next generation to come. And so with that note, I would say we are trying to make our baby steps and a small amount of contribution that we could do for planet Earth and for everyone's sustainability. But this can't be done without three things which all of you should be doing. One is have a very compassionate executive leaders. If you don't have them, then you can't break it. Second, you have to be very creative in your policy making. It can't be straightforward. It can't be rigid. It can't be do or don't. Make it more creative so that you have a lot of people to absorb it. And third, don't please follow matrix and data and do it because you have someone saying that if you achieve this, then your goals are served. I think it has to go beyond that. And that's where I would leave you with. You are trailing in a situation which is going to be far more interesting and challenging at the same time. So leave you students with a thought that if you have the intent, if you have the faith, and if you have the perseverance, I think this is achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights with us. I request Father S. Anthony Raj, SJ, respected Registrar, HRM University, to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Ms. Amrita Majumdar. I now request Dr. Andrew Datta, respected Dean, School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, to kindly felicitate Ms. Bobby Patnaik, President HRM Bhubaneswar Chapter.
Now, I invite Ms. Bobby Patnaik, President NHRDN Bhubaneswar Chapter, to kindly felicitate our dignitaries on the dais. As we move forward, I'm honored to announce the magnanimous launch of HR Expert, the annual magazine of Zimar, the HR Association of Exciting University. Every year, Zimar puts forth a wonderful amalgamation of insightful articles on developments in the field of HR, summarizing and acknowledging the exemplary stories of its students and alumni. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward and formally release the magazine for everyone.
Thank you everyone for doing the honors. On behalf of Zimar and School of Human Resource Management, we sincerely thank all the dignitaries for inaugurating the HR Expert magazine. With this, we come to the end of the inauguration ceremony. I thank each one of you for your valuable time and for joining us to mark the beginning of today's grand event.
I request the respected dignitaries, faculty members, and members of Zimar to come near the stage for a group photograph. Through sustainable HR practices. Our esteemed panel members for today are Dr. Krishna Kumar Padi, Joint President and Cluster HR Head, Odisha and Mining, Hindalco Industries Limited; Mr. Sudeep Patnaik, Vice President, Global Talent Acquisition, Everest Group;
Dr. Birjendu Gupta, Business and Executive Leadership Coach, Founder and CEO, Birjendu Gupta and Associates; Mr. Vikash Dubey, General Manager HR at WNS Global Services.
Our moderator for the panel discussion is Mr. Anirudh Majumdar, Executive Coach, BP and Senior Product Manager, JP Morgan Chase & Company. I would like to invite our esteemed moderator and panel members to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion.
I now invite Dr. Kalpana Sahu to welcome the dignitaries on the dais with a bouquet of flowers.
discussion today, we welcome Dr. Krishna Kumar Padi, Joint President and Head of HR for Odisha Cluster Manufacturing and All India Bauxite, Coal, Copper and Critical Minerals Mining at Hindalco Industries Limited and Aditya Birla Group Enterprise. With 33 years of HR experience across top industries like Balapur Industries, Lafarge Cement and Ultratech Cement, Dr. Padi is renowned for his expertise in industrial relations, strategic HR management and leadership development for driving organizational excellence and industrial harmony. Apart from his professional accolades, he is a master athlete of national level and an International Coaching Federation certified professional coach. We are honored to have you here with us today, sir.
I would now like to introduce Mr. Sudeep Patnaik, Vice President, Global Talent Acquisition, Everest Group. Mr. Patnaik is a seasoned HR professional with around 17 years of experience in global talent acquisition, HR strategy, HR tech and analytics. A recipient of the Indira HR Excellence Award and recognized among the TAPI Top 30 Young HR Leaders in 2023. Mr. Patnaik has a proven track record of establishing world-class HR operations and driving organizational growth. In the past, he has worked with organizations like Idea Cellular, Deloitte, Dr. Reddy's and TDCX. Mr. Patnaik was also a core team member of Zamar in 2007 and was running pillar to post to secure funding and sponsors for Kshitij. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir.
It is now an honor to introduce Dr. Birjendu Gupta, Business and Executive Leadership Coach, Founder and CEO, Birjendu Gupta and Associates. Dr. Gupta is a renowned expert in leadership development with over 37 years of professional experience. With more than 3,000 hours of coaching and having trained over 25,000 leaders, he excels in executive coaching, talent development, and organizational transformation. Dr. Gupta's vast experience spans industries like IT, manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals, and his work as a visiting faculty at premier institutions such as XLRI Jamshedpur reflects his dedication to cultivating leadership excellence. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
Now, I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Vikash Dubey, General Manager HR at WNS. He is responsible for nurturing a talent pool that's abreast with the latest Gen AI understanding to build a strong F&A community. Mr. Dubey is a postgraduate in psychology and personal management with over 19 years of experience in driving HR intervention for MNCs operating across diverse industry segments. A keynote and panel speaker at various industry academia conclaves, he also volunteers with not-for-profit organizations on skill development and employee-related guidances. He is currently pursuing his doctorate from Symbiosis University in HR and OB, researching on work values of millennials and its impacts. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir.
I would now like to introduce the moderator for this discussion, Mr. Anirudh Majumdar, Executive Coach, VP and Senior Product Manager, JP Morgan Chase & Company. Mr. Majumdar is a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience spanning the hospitality and banking industries. He leads transformative product management and sustainability initiatives in his current organization. Outside of his day job, Mr. Majumdar is an executive coach, a distinguished speaker, and an author. He launched his first book, You Unleashed, in the year 2023. We are honored to have you here today, sir. Now, I cordially hand over the session to our respected moderator, Mr. Anirudh Majumdar.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I am excited, I am nervous, and I am so many other emotions altogether. But before that, let me ask you, how are you guys doing, Xavierites? Good? Yes. That's the most awkward question I always ask. And somewhere I learned this, that what would be the best answer to such a question? I don't know if some of you remember. Anyone who was in my class in February here? How are you guys doing? You forgot it. So the answer is, I kept searching for an answer to that awkward question because every time you meet a senior leader in the elevator or somewhere in the organization or in the nooks and corners of the corporate, get that question a lot many times. And the best answers I've got so far is just for one word answer, and that's unbelievable. I feel unbelievable to be a part of such a great panel. Together, I think it's more than 1.5 century of work that you see here. And my objective, my goal for this session would be to try and add as much value as possible to you students, because what is Green HRM, I think you have read a lot about it in class, the professors have taught you, but what it is supposed to be is what you have learned. What is it actually in the industry is what we'll try to figure out. And then I invite you to take notes. And when you take notes, think about how do you expand your horizon. Kshitij is about expanding horizon. Try to think about how can you expand your horizon to solve complex problems. And when we speak, we will probably drop a few opportunities. We'll talk about challenges that the industry is facing today. And as Ms. Majumdar said, we want to create a sustainable workforce. We see you as a sustainable workforce who is going to pick up those gaps, who is going to understand those challenges and think creatively about how to solve them. So with that, I would want to ask this one question to the audience. And the question is, do we have some mics there? Volunteers, do we have some mics there? Okay. And the question is, if you had to take away one thing from this session today, what would that be? If there was one takeaway that you wanted for yourself from this panel discussion, what would that be? Are there mics? Anyone? You can just stand up and shout and show.
Borrow a microphone. Does anyone have any?
Alright. In the meantime, who is it that has a question? Who has a question in your mind? Okay. I see a hand out there on the left. What is that one thing you want to take away from this session?
Good morning, sir. I'm Vashika Gupta from the MBA HRM batch. So one key takeaway that I would like to take is to know the industrial practices, to know the real life practices that are taking place in organizations. Like we only study the theoretical aspects of things, but I would really like to know the green initiatives that are taking place in the organizations.
Thank you. Vaishnavi, is it? Vaishnavi? Vashika. So you are focused to understand what exactly happens versus what you learn in the industry, right? Great. Anyone else who wants to stand up and I see a hand there. Yes.
Good morning, sir. I am Adesh Mishra from MBA HRM, batch of 24-26. My question will be how Green HRM can be practically implemented in today's corporate world. Because we talked about how we can use recycled paper and all of that. But what are the other aspects in the practical world that we can implement?
Fantastic. Thank you for that question. Yes, we'll try to address that as well. Anyone else? We'll take one more question from the audience.
Good morning, sir. I am Somesh Naik from MBA HRM batch of 24-26. So I'll just actually ask my question. So adding on to that, when it comes to implementation level, so for the blue collar employees that are in the root level, we take the decisions in the top management and middle management. So when it comes to implementation, it's not that easy. So what are the initiatives that we as HR should take to implement it in a successful way in a company?
Thank you for that question. What you mean is talking about the strategies is all great, but how do you really implement? How do you make them see the day of the light? All right, we'll try to address that as well. Thank you for those questions. We'll see if in the next 50 to 60 minutes or so, if we could answer some of them, if not all. So I'll now turn back to my panel, and I would love to ask each one of you to talk about that one initiative, that one green initiative or one sustainability initiative that you have either led or have been part of or you've contributed that really resonated with you, you really found it meaningful. We'll start with Sudhir.
So, thanks for pointing a lot of these things out, right? I mean, one thing that I can assure you that whatever I'm going to talk is all ground realities and what has exactly been, some of the corporates are doing. One of the things, or rather two, that we'll talk more, but I would like to call out is one, in our firm at least, being the head of talent acquisition, one thing that we have done is we have gone to a completely paperless recruiting today. We do not use a single piece of paper in any of the recruiting processes. And one more thing we'll talk more again is, the whole return to workforce after COVID. We continue to push back, and we today have a hybrid working environment, and how do we implement and what are some of the things we did towards that is something we'll talk more, but these are the two things.
Excellent. Dr. Padi?
So mine is, first of all, thanks a lot for deciding on this topic to be the topic for panel today. It takes a whole lot of courage to have such kind of topics in institute or in industry. There are only few who talk about these aspects, the greening movement, the ESG movement, and they think it's only the role of duty of the sustainability team in the plants, not HR, not others. Would you forget in the process that HR is the culture catalyst and change agent? They are the ones who will be grooming their people to drive this sustainability movement. And one more introduction to this topic is, someone asked, is it practical, is it practical on ground? So I'm trying to attempt to all three questions. Yes, it is possible. One, because of it's mandatory today. Two, your customers, they are not interested in buying products from you. If you are dealing with Europe customers, exporting your materials, they are stringent on the guidelines. You are not a good, you don't have a good image in ESG, then they avoid buying products from you. That's for the manufacturing industry we are careful about. And third is, coming to the practice, one or two practices we have adopted. There are many, because these days manufacturing, we have our own coal power plants, and we generate a lot of gases, a lot of other things. So what we have done is, today, no fly ash is being dumped outside. The fly ash getting generated from all our power plants in Hindalco are sent to the cement plants through rakes and covered trucks, so that it is used in the cement plant as their raw material, and it's not dumped outside. We are responsible organization in that direction. Let me tell you, the most important thing is, Hindalco has won the prestigious DJSI Most Sustainable Manufacturing Company in the world for the 5th time in a row. 2024 is the 5th time we won this coveted recognition and award. So this one, then we discharge zero water to outside. We recycle the water. So these are the two major aspects, fly ash and water. There are many more. We are working. We are going green, going into green power. So 25% of all our power plants will convert to green. Solar, either solar or wind. So we'll be getting lesser and lesser coal for our CPPs. So these are few things. I don't want to take more time, so otherwise it's a long list. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dubey.
So, I keep hearing this that a lot of things that we study in the theory is not in practice. But let me assure you that, and being a PhD student, I also have experienced it. A lot of things that are in the theory are because these are being implemented on the ground, and a lot of theories are created, or whatever is being implemented on the ground is also part of the pre-research and study around things, how we can do it, which starts happening in the industry. So it's all interrelated. So please don't go with this assumption always that theory is different than practical. Yeah, it is to some extent different, because when you go into the practical aspects of implementing it, you see more nuances of it. But it is stemming out from that theory, and the theory is stemming out from the reality on the ground somewhere, which may be in its initial stages of experimentation. So whatever you are reading is what the companies are also doing, and the companies have done it. That's why it is in the theory today for you to read out. So from a company perspective, if I have to say what are the things, so my own experience in my other organization, when I started, or when I was being interviewed and when I was onboarded, it was all a paper work that I had to do, and I had done this in all my earlier organizations. And like Kshitij said, that now it has gone, most of the organizations have picked up to get into a no paper process of entire employee engagement, which starts from their recruitment processes. Today, if you get an offer from any organization, you will not get a letter, most probably, okay, except for a few organizations which may still give you a paper appointment letter or offer letter. The rest will mail it on your email IDs. Other things also, your onboarding processes have been done, and we have done it in my organization. So by digitizing the entire process, and this was done before COVID. So COVID obviously drove a lot of other digitizations and digital transformation for all organizations. Today, if you see banking and everything being more digitized than what it used to be 4 or 5 years earlier, it is just because this initiative of becoming more sustainable had started. COVID kind of enhanced it, augmented it to an extent that that we have been kind of say challenging it. It can't be done for everyone. It should be done for some section of the people who are working in this kind of roles, and etc., etc. But over the last 5 years, what we've seen in all organizations that we did the entire HR process digitization. Second is that what we've done is you can do it for your function, but at the same time, until and unless the public at large, which means in an organization, employees overall do not adhere to it or understand it, they will not align with your, and their ideas will not be generated in the same direction. So another aspect that we've driven in the organizations is the awareness around the ESG matrix and what it means, how can you contribute in your respective roles, because for each individual it is important to own that, right? Functions can be given their target, but until and unless the employee at an individual level is picking that or understanding the relevance of it, it will not happen at an organization level and later at a country level. So that is the key to it. We've done these things, awareness and some digitizations, obviously, all functions, to ensure that it is creating less carbon footprint, creating less waste, and increasing efficiencies in each system and function that we are operating with. So that is, and we'll talk more about it as questions and the topic unfolds.
Thank you, Mr. Dubey. What about you, Dr. Gupta?
Thank you. Let me also put a caveat. I am a misfit in this August gathering. The reason is I don't work in an organization. This is my own company, so I have chosen my designation. Don't get really enamored by it. I had no rules to guide me. You know? So that's why when he was about to start with me, I influenced him, do it with Sudeep first. Because what I would have told would not have followed any rule book. But yes, at an individual level, we have done something. And I'm going to repeat this time and again. whatever initiatives we take, we are the only ones who are under our control. You know, your faculty here, including me, who at times I act as a faculty, as a visiting faculty somewhere, we try and exert control. Just ask any of your faculty members whether they have any control on you. Zero control. Ask any of the bosses here, do they have any control on their reporting team members? They may say, we have big control. I'm group HR head, sorry, don't get me wrong. So that's what I say, that I'm going to defy all the rules. So as an individual family, what we have done in Bangalore anyway, we have scarcity of water. So we have stopped using shower. I have no employees, I have no website. Those are additional extra work, right? The only person who helps me is my life partner, unpaid employee, you know, so we work together to make this happen. So that's an answer to your question. But I'm going to make this whole, I don't want to miss out this opportunity, make it a little academic discussion also. All of you please open Google Scholar. All of you open Google Scholar, search for a paper called A Strategic Approach to Workforce Planning, Integrating Science and Agility. A strategic approach to, and I'll tell you why I'm doing it. Workforce Planning, Integrating Science and Agility. Did you find it? Derek McKeever, Lending Hall, and Cynthia Lending Hall. On the right, you will find the PDF. If you click on the PDF, you will get the paper downloaded, and you will find the model on page number 5. On the left side of the model will be business strategy, then it has some arrows which indicates your dependent and independent variables. Just keep this model open, because what we talk, you will be able to relate to this model easily. You know, this aspect, the question that came up, we learn theory, we want to learn practice. It's not your challenge. I'm privileged to teach your fathers, uncles, aunts. So those are the corporate leaders who I get an opportunity to teach. And the same question exists there, which is, how can we convert theory into practice? So look at this model, it will give you a perspective of what we are talking. You will be able to relate and apply. A longer answer, go ahead.
Thank you so much. You have something to add?
Yeah, I just would like to add that what Sudeep said, Vikas said, perhaps they spoke more about the HR, how we deploy this thing in HR. I have broadened the scope, I have taken it to the whole organization, how we are doing there. And one question is there, how you take people along, the blue collar along, why they should listen to you and work towards the sustainability goal. So for that, our whole incentive scheme is linked to that. You have the portion in the performance appraisal where 10% of the weightage is given to safety and sustainability approaches. That is one part. Second is we are creating a culture, driving a culture wherein it should be a pull rather than a push. So there we encourage people to participate in all those sustainability circles. So, and we award and reward them on monthly basis. That's another way of getting them enlisted or enrolled in the process. And there is no way out, so they have to fall in line if they have to continue in the organization in a way. Because ESG, all three aspects have been taken very seriously by government as well as different stakeholders. You can't go out of the reality of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, so one of the interesting thing about this panel is, if you look at them, all of us, and a lot of you who are sitting in the first 2 rows, we have seen the industry changing over the last couple of decades. So what I invite you all to do is, when we speak, we will give you both the picture, how it has been, how we have evolved through the process. And then, when we ideate many times, we fall short of ideas thinking that, everything is implemented, what more can I do? But you will see that there will still be so much more runway to cover when we get more into this conversation. Now, sustainable HR or any kind of strategy for that matter always is born out of a need, and that's the product manager in me speaking. So it is always about learning user behaviors, and best example that I can think of is last night when I came to the campus. I think it was 11:30 and some of the students have been very kind enough to give me a campus tour at 11:30, beat that. And then I learned about Kin and Ken. How many of you love the way Kin and Ken is set up? So there was a need for students to kind of hang out. There was a need to find some food that you love. And that's where the idea of setting up something in-house where you can hang out came, but that's just the idea. What made Kin and Ken possible is probably the strategy that someone had, and I learned that they were students, the strategy that they had in mind, and that the strategy followed up by the execution plan and how they set up. I'm sure it's not easy, it was never easy. People who struggle to come to class early in the morning know how difficult it is to manage everything else. But look at these bunch of folks who challenged that and made sure that that strategy is implemented. What I'm trying to say here is there needs to be a very deep passion that drives you forward. And as we go through the conversation, I would want you to keep your eyes and ears open and try to recognize that passion within yourself, and that answer is very personal for you. It will not be the same for everyone. It will be very different for you, and see which are those gaps in the industry that you personally want to solve, you personally want to address, and what would be your personal strategy. So let's now move into the core of the panel, which I start by asking, what are some of the key drivers that you think drives these green HRM practices? How are these born? I'll start with you, Sudhir.
Sustainable is no more a choice. It is something that we have to do it from an environment standpoint, from how people are looking for it. A very simple example, right? I mean, 15 years ago, no one would talk about sustainability in their employer branding or recruitment branding. But today, people are talking about it, right? The second thing is, I think, the way I see it today is there are, the workforce at any given point of time consists of at least people from 4.5 decades. And forget millennials, I think that's a old term now. Gen Z is coming into workforce already, right? And there are a lot of these individuals, young people who are asking questions about sustainability. I have met so many people on campus who ask me, hey, what's your firm doing about sustainability? What are you guys doing about it? Hence, I think, like Dr. Gupta was saying, I was reading something about these things, and I realized it's not a new concept. I think maybe we're talking about it more, but there are scholarly articles which dates back to a couple of decades ago. It's just that now we are more aware, now we are talking about it, and now we want to do it. So, I mean, short answer to it is, I don't think it's any more a choice. It's something that we have to do it for us and for the future generations to come.
Excellent. Vikash, would you want to add something to it?
Yeah. So, first of all, thanks for corroborating this fact that there is not much difference between the theory and reality. Okay. There will exist some because of the nuances, but then at the same time, when we look at the key drivers, one is the way things have changed over the last 30, 40 years. Obviously, our natural resources being exhausted. Some places we've been hearing, and when I was a child, I was hearing that by 2040 we will have no coal left in India. So it was so scary for me to think over, and it's still maybe the risks are still there. The timelines may have moved from 40 to 50 because we still have reserves, but at the same time, everything is is perishable, it will end somewhere. So one, like Sandeep said, that it's no more a choice, it has to be done. Second, from an organization standpoint, earlier what used to be a branding choice used to be more of the employee opportunities, big offices, and then something which is more lavish. You can see, look at some things which you can be proud of. Today it is the pride is not coming from the lavish things, but more from the minimalistic approach that can be put in to deliver more, right? So if you look at it as doing more with less is the mantra these days. Secondly, all organizations need to stay profitable, and to stay profitable, again, the same approach, then invest less, get better outcomes. So how profitable we can be by being more efficient in the way we are using our resources, whether it is the natural resources, whether it is the human resources, whatever we are trying to do, we have to make it more effective, and that's why technology is also being used in the at par with the other efforts that we're doing. Secondly, the regulations, obviously, and the regulations again came because of the risks that we are foreseeing. The regulations were made more, the regulations had been there for some time, but it was maybe 20 years back, it was a choice you can do and you can still get some benefit. Today it is more mandatory happening for all of us, right? You have norms. If you are running an organization of X size, you need to be compliant with these norms, else you can't operate. So some regulations, some branding aspects, some cost aspects, these are all factors that are driving the ESG, and obviously with generation, the awareness, the way the awareness has grown, again, owing to the risks that we have been hearing. It is important that, like your dean mentioned, that we are borrowing it from you. So we have to be mindful on that. What we are passing, earlier people may have not been as much worried about the future of their kids because they thought that all this will be available for a much more longer time. With much more studies being done around the resources that are available and the risks that we are standing at, now we are more aware of what we are passing on to our kids, and hence it becomes another thing for us to be more thoughtful about, that how can we be more frugal in our approach of utilizing the resources and keeping it safe for our generations to come, so that they can also enjoy the nature as we had done in our future. A lot of things are extinct today, and we just cry over it, can't do much, because once it is gone, it's gone. So that is where I think the fear is also driving and the benefits are also driving us. It's a combination of things. That's my thought around it.
Thank you for that, Vikash. So Sudip mentioned about it's no more a choice. Vikash spoke about how important it is as more like a moral responsibility for us to give it back to the next generation. And we learned about regulation. Dr. Padi, my question to you is, when you look at some of these changes that we have done in terms of zero, not transporting any of the fly ash to the landfills, what are some of the challenges that you see from the regulators today in order to implement such practices? Are there some regulatory challenges that you see?
So, regulatory bodies are there to support you in these initiatives. People always feel they are deterrent to the efforts, and they are only there to penalize people. But at the same time, they are there to support and encourage the right people also, right organizations. So if anyone has visited Jharsuguda today, if you visit there during afternoon or early evening, you will see a kind of environment there. The roads are not good to travel through that. There are few industries who are leaving it all to letting it all go to the environment. So if you travel in the evening, you cannot see the road without your cleaning your windscreen properly, and then from time to time, and then light on even during before it is dark. That kind of situation has happened. And there are companies, few days back, there was penalty charged to one of the bigger industries in that zone. It's about 7 crores or something about that, around that, by the pollution control body for dumping fly ash wherever they wanted. Just beside the road, in the township, inside the township itself, and so many other places. In the process, creating all kind of havoc for people around. So they're penalized 7 crores around that. And when it comes to Hindalco, when it comes to Aditya Birla Group, we have a reputation made for ourselves by our work. And they know with these sustainability awards, with our efforts and reporting to them every month, they know that how responsible we are. So you will not believe, recently 2 of our ash mounds, which were created long back in 60s, 1960, after 1960 when it was Indal those days. So those 2 ash mounds we closed, totally, wholly closed in 2 of our plants. And they supported in closing that, and we are now developing a biodiversity park on that ash mound area, since our ash is fully going to cement plants. So the pollution control came forward and supported us. Closing a ash mound is also not easy. And if you do not close as per the guideline, then you have to pay penalty. So they were with us in that effort. And then today we are working with state government to create a floating solar plant on Hirakud Reservoir. First of its kind in Odisha. Hindalco is working 1000 megawatt solar plant, all floating in the reservoir of Hirakud Dam. That again is happening with the support from state government and other bodies. So my point is, implementation is not difficult if you have the right reputation, the right intent, and people believe in you. The stakeholders around believe in you. If they don't believe, they will go and complain to pollution control bodies, NGOs. Nowadays everyone is vocal, and there are all kind of YouTube channels. Even if newspaper do not publish something, a news channel do not carry something, usually someone will get into the YouTube mode and put it up. You can't evade. So you have to be responsible all along. If you have a long-term goal and you do not want your plant to get sucked, sometime or get penalized, then you have to follow the path. And it's all happening. And it's possible.
So it seems more like you may have a great strategy, but it needs to be supported by the regulatory authorities as well, and there needs to be a partnership between both, right? You can be managing the business, but regulation, like you cannot have a new strategy with the old regulation. And that reminds me of an incident in my organization. Last year, I lead some of the green initiatives for the organization, and then we were bringing in a vendor who does these zero waste activities for us. So they had to bring few stuffs inside the campus. And they had to wait for almost 1.5 hours to get into the campus, because for them to come in, they needed 10 different approvals and all of that. And then I took that as an example. Then we went back and we said how people are let in when we already have we call that a third-party engagement. So when you've already signed a third-party engagement, the access to the premises should be more smooth. And then how do we have such policies that actually supports green initiatives, right? So, Dr. Gupta, question to you. You work with a lot of leaders in the industry. How do you think they are looking at the need for green HRM?
So I'm going to deliberate a little bit on this green HRM. What does it mean? Any ideas? What does green HRM mean? What are the factors that showcase to, let's say, stakeholders, investors, that the organization has implemented green HRM? Again, if you go to Google, you go to Scholar, you will find plenty of scholarly articles that talks about simple ensuring that what happens in the environment, which is the external environment to the organization, and what happens within the organization, they follow certain principles of doing business without contributing or without polluting the environment. And fundamentally, the guiding principle is scarcity. What is scarce in the environment today, all around? What are the elements that are scarce? What are the elements that are scarce? Air is scarce, water is scarce, and land is scarce. Who governs those scarce resources? All the politicians govern those scarce resources. You just can't go and do anything, as Dr. Padi was mentioning. Inside the organizations, there are a few scarce resources. Money is always scarcity. Time, though it is fixed in a day, seems to be scarce always. And people are always scarce. Green HRM is nothing but ensuring that these internal variables merge with the external factors, which are how do you contribute to clean air, clean energy. That's what green practice is all about. Now, why HRM? Because every organization needs two broad elements. This is my understanding. People and also plant and machinery, but even you need people or some robots to work those plant and machinery. Now, if we are able to implement certain practices which are what Amrita was also mentioning about ability, motivation and opportunity to contribute to a successful environment, that is what is the key to the success of this green HRM. Now, there could be plenty of practices initiated by senior leaders, which was your question. I've met CEOs, he comes and tells that this is what we have done, this is what we have done, this is what we have done. All goes to the balance sheet, goes to the shareholders as a report, corroborates to the requirements by the regulators. But at what cost? Father was mentioning the sustainability of the sustainable efforts. Now that is where every employee in an organization, every student in a college contributes his or her piece, which is only in our control. I'll give a small example. How many of you know what amount of, this is recorded or not recorded? Recorded. Goodness. Anyway, let's take it. How many faculty members are here? 4 faculty? Nobody. That's good. Oh man, you are there. How many of you would want to measure the carbon index next to the two tea stalls outside? How do I know? How do I know? Observation only. Okay? I learned a few terms last evening. Red, light, dark, all those terms I learned. Not red light. Hey, by the way, not red. Those are some of the brands which I test. Now my point is that, let's say, each one of us have a responsibility to ensure that those 2 people who serve you nice tea do not become passive smokers. Yes or no? That's in our control. It doesn't require any green initiative or so. With me or not? So that's why, to come back to your point, it all begins with ability, motivation and opportunity. And I picked up an article again from Google Scholar which has created some correlation and analysis. So go there, you will find it all boils down to what's in my control. And in executive coaching, we keep harping on this. Whoever is the leader, whatever is the level of the leader, that what is under your control? At the top level, you have enormous amount, and very soon you all will get into that level. You have enormous amount of positional power. You can do or not do anything and everything. But where is that aspect of inspirational and influential power? Now that is where the green initiatives, if the leader says, standing on the pedestal, that I am a chain smoker, I'm giving an example of smoking, people understand that. I'm a chain smoker, but I have decided I will smoke 2 cigarettes less every day. In his or her control, yes or no? Correct. Now just imagine, and that CEO goes and shares this or her story or his story in that community. So 15 of that level of leaders starts doing it. Some 600 students starts doing it. It's a fantastic way to ensure merge the internal variables with the external variables. So I would sincerely suggest and request, please contribute to aspects which are directly under your control. That's to answer your question.
So inspirational leadership. Before coming to this event, I asked a few of my operations folks, what do you understand by green HRM? And this is the appraisal season, a lot of you know. So they said, I understand what is Go Green or Green Initiative. I don't understand what is Green HRM. All I understand is Red HRM. And then I asked, are you ending towards appraisal? And they're like, yeah, I only see HR when there is something to do with performance. So we all have by now established that there is a need for sustainable green human resource management processes and policies. The question is, how do we define the success of such policies or of such strategies? So my question to the panel, and I'll start with Dr. Padi, how do you measure the success of these initiatives that you implement?
Big questions. Then again, before answering that, I'll go back to your point made. For me, Green HRM is not only environment. We go beyond that. It's social, it's governance also for us. When you say Green HRM, you cannot say we take care of environment only with all our efforts. You have to take care of your employees in an organization. If your safety is affected, if someone dies out of accident, it's a red sustainability. It's a red aluminum making, we call it. You have to produce green aluminum in our companies. So green means without a bloodshed of a single of your employee, any of your employees. That also. Along with that, few more things. I'll expand this green HRM into something more. I'll just quote the points I have made. One is strong governance within and legal compliance. All the statutes, all kind of statutes, be it sustainability, be it your labor codes, be it anything. You have to comply with that. There are many companies and organizations in India, they are still not compliant. The basic requirement, the foundation requirement. So the reduction in carbon footprint we have sufficiently discussed. Restoration of and conservation of biodiversity, investment in R&D, zero harm, which I just discussed, zero harm to any of your stakeholders within and outside through your process and through your production. Stakeholder management, you are growing and your community around you is not growing. There will be bad blood, there will be demonstrations, there will be strikes, there will be stoppages of roads leading to your factory. There will be complaints lodged with Pollution Control Board, District Collector, SP, everybody. So you have to take care of, if you are growing, your community also have to grow. Be it education, be it health, be it social causes, be it infrastructure. You have to work in a big way for your communities which you are responsible for. Then foster diversity, equity and inclusion. These days it's a big word, DEI. Someone who picked me up from airport yesterday, he was asking me in the vehicle what kind of DEI efforts are on. So it's not a buzzword only, there are much more to it. What kind of diversity you have in your workforce,
That also is part of green HRM, inclusion, how inclusive you are. Today, when I am sitting here, in one of our old plants, there is a team which has come from corporate office to check all the access points, all the washrooms in the factory setup, and all the corridors in the plant to see whether we have developed inclusive infrastructure or not. Whether someone who is, today we call them specially abled. So, can he has to climb the stairs to reach somewhere, or there is some alternate path laid out for him. So that also is part of this green HRM which you are driving. Human rights, it's in a big way. Today, if your security guy, security team who is deployed at the gate, if he misbehaves with someone, for whatever reason, or they are not taken care of, they put most of our security guards for 12 hours. Why? That's not green HRM. Many places you see they are not deployed for 8 hours, they are for 12 hours. So in a month, how many hours you are allowed? Students, as per Factories Act? How many hours in a week one can work? How many? 48. And then how many hours that security guy is working? If he is working for 12 hours every day? Is that allowed? No. But that's happening because we are saving on cost. It's a human right violation. So that also forms part of green and HRM. You don't think you have a limited scope for it. You have plenty of things to do and kind of contribute to. Engagement with suppliers and partners. As I said, European customers and many customers in India today. Because the Hindalco products they get into ISRO. You know how precision, how much precision required in rocket building and all those activities. We are a preferred supplier for ISRO. We are a preferred supplier into the Vande Bharat. They are not coming out with all aluminum coaches. We are a preferred supplier into Tata trucks, S truck, the small truck. We are a preferred supplier into Mahindra and Mahindra. So all those companies believe in quality, believe in ESG. So if you yourself are not driving that, not believing in that, not leading that, then the buyers will be going away from you. So that also is there. So that also is part of our whole efforts. And finally, digitalization. My colleagues are there, my friends have already spoken about that, how they have gone for recruitment and offer letters, etc. And during COVID, whatever digital savvy we are not, we were or we are not, but COVID taught us plenty of it. By default, we converted ourselves to more digital savvy mode and more flexible workplaces, more mobile workplaces. Then finally, transparency, communication and reporting. People do not report. Organizations avoid reporting the right thing. So that also is not the right way of, that's not green HRM. So these are so many things that fall under the green HRM.
So while you explained the scope of green HRM really well, and you said it's not just what we have been thinking, but there's more to it. Even the amount of hours that is clocked by security guards, that also talks about how are we looking at employee wellness and welfare. My question, and I'll just invite Sudhir to answer this for a moment, is how do you measure that you're on track with these initiatives? Are they quantitative or qualitative? Okay, yes, please go ahead, sir, please.
So one way of measuring is, I said through performance appraisal, of course. One is while recruiting people from campuses, we are going for lot many new generation people from campuses, almost 300 graduate engineers every year, almost 100 young professionals in HR, finance, logistics, etc. every year. So in a big way we are bringing them on board. So our interview process itself, the recruitment process itself, checks on that. ESG part of it. How inclined someone is. They may not be master or expert in that. But whether they have some kind of inclination, as Mr. Dr. Gupta rightly said. So, what you are doing at your level, even as students, so those part also we check. And then development, we spend a lot of resources, a lot of time and money on developing our team or our people in the system on these sustainability aspects. What's it? How we will be driving it? So all those things we do. So finally, when it comes to performance appraisal at the end of the year, we check on that. During mid-year as well as annual appraisal, we check on that. How much we give almost 6 to 8 goals to everyone. So in that, 2 goals are safety and sustainability.
Which is 10% weightage.
10 and 10. Sorry, 10 and 10, 20% of it. So we check on that. How many accidents happened in your area during the year? How many injuries happened in your area of control? How many kind of complaints were filed against your area for not having the neat housekeeping on 5 years holidays? All those aspects are taken into the fold. How many new drives, initiatives you have initiated during the year on social front, like paper, usage of paper, usage plastic, zero plastic, all those things. We check on that.
So there's a so what of all the initiatives, and that's from the parlance of a manufacturing kind of industry. Switching gears to the how do you look at some of the KPIs that could measure the success of some of the initiatives that you spoke about?
So I was coming to that, right? I mean, a very different view or a take on how some of the professional services, that's where I spent most of my career in, and how do they look at, right? I think there are a few things that you have to know about it. And one of the points that I'll make in the beginning, I said, at any given point of time, there are at least 4 decades of people in that workforce, right? Now, why I say that is the first things of adopting a green HRM or any sustainable practice is a change that you have to go through at any given point of time. And trust me, changing is a point of time. There are way many senior leaders who even today would say, hey, can you get me that printout of the resume, right? So it's a very simple ask. Now, is that sustainable? You would not think of 2 pages, it's fine, right? One of the things in our office that we have done is the number of printers has gone down, okay? The second thing that we have done is the number of printers which could print at a faster rate has gone down. It is irritating to stand to print 50 pages if your printer is working like a dot matrix printer, if this generation, any of you have seen that, right? So these are very simple practices that you are talking about. Now, how do you adopt to that? You inculcate that right at the beginning of the workforce getting into your organization. It's as simple as that. Today, when there is a new hiring manager, there is a new person who's going to interview, we don't even give them a choice to say, hey, here is a printout, or can you write a feedback on paper, or any of those things, right? And once you start doing it that way, your ability to change or your need to change goes down, your adoption goes higher, right? It's as simple as that. So there are many ways that you can do some of these things. Add it to the KPIs, put it as part of your learning and development programs, put it as part of your induction for that matter, as to how you do things differently in an organization, and people will start adopt to it. And lastly, I'll leave with this point, right? No matter how much you rush through it, like Dr. Gupta said, you can't control anyone today, especially millennials, Gen Z's workforce. You can't control it. You think you are, but you're not. So you have to let them know why it is important and for them to adopt to it rather than directing them to do it.
Fantastic. Before I move on to the Q&A, just a quick 1 minute of how I look at Green HRM and how HR can be involved in some of these initiatives from a product management perspective, right? So there's one practice in the product management space wherein once we have a roadmap about a product or a service, we bring in the stakeholders into one room and we share what we are going to do quarter over quarter, and that flows into the next year as well. But in my experience, I don't think I've seen HR personnel attending those kind of cabinets, product cabinets. it would be nice to have HR representation in those cabinets, because that's where they understand how the organization is looking at. I love that question from Father when he said, all this is great, but to sustain sustainability, you need money. And an organization needs to sell their product to get more money and more business, right? And that is only possible when we have an idea, we have strategies to support that idea, and then we have an execution plan which is measurable. And when we measure the execution plan, that's where we need HR personnel to be involved and comment and question some of the way we are looking at the success of that product strategy. So I think, thank you so much for all those insights. I'm sure there's going to be some great questions from the audience that we want the panel to answer. One request is, if you have a mic with the audience, please stand up, give us your name and ask one very specific question, and who do you want that to be answered by. Perfect.
So the floor is now open for questions from the students. You may proceed with your questions.
Well, we are expecting a lot of questions, to be honest. Now that you understand, what's going on in the industry, and by now I hope you have your personal questions, your personal passion.
We have a question from Bobby now.
I have a question, Mr. Majumdar. I'm Bobby from National Inquiry Network. And my question, anybody can answer, but primarily to you, Sudhir. So what has been what's been the price of sustainability? For example, there are a lot of sustainable practices you spoke about, especially with respect to recruitment, right? We've done a lot of hybrid recruitment, paperless recruitment, remote onboarding, all of that, right? And there have been some, downstream impact of that in terms of the right people joining in. At least that's been our experience in terms of fake profiles coming in, right? In terms of multiple certain issues. So what's been the price? And I know it's going to take some time probably to streamline these things, but in the interim, how do we manage some of these impacts which are made?
That's a brilliant question. And I'll give you a very real life example that I went through 2 years ago. So there's this gentleman who joined us, and everything was going fine. There was a team in Malaysia that recruited this gentleman. He joined us in India. None of the Indian folks had interviewed him, right? Remember this. He joins, everything is going fine, we induct him, a week goes by, and finally, the manager who was traveling has a video call with him. They speak for 30 minutes. And then he writes me an email saying, hey, Steve, I don't think this is the guy I interviewed. Okay? Now, it's a fix. How do you deal with this, right? And you can't just take the word of the manager saying, hey, I did not interview you. We need evidence, right? As they say, we need evidence. And thankfully, one of the practices that we had done as part of the recruiting is, one, take the consent of the person and record the interviews. And second is, every round you take a screenshot of the person, right? Because what happens is, I have seen instances when just, we were post-COVID, when the interviews had started, I'd seen instances that there was one person who did round 1, the other person did round 2. It has happened, reality. Another instance that I've also seen from fake, right? There's one person who's lip syncing, there's a Bluetooth headphone, someone is sitting under the table and they're giving an interview. And these are all real life examples, I'm not making it up, trust me on this, right? Now, obviously when we went back to the recordings, we realized it was not the same person, right? Now, yes, these things will evolve. People are understanding, there is a price that some firms might have paid, especially when you're hiring in volumes, there is nowhere to check, multiple people, different locations, different geographies. So there has to be SOPs that will get developed. It is already getting developed, it will develop over a period of time. But I think the reality is that there is no going back to saying, hey, call these 100 people into your office and take them through an interview process and you ensure that the same person is joining in, right? So the reality is the digitization is here to stay, and it is up to organizations, up to people to create those SOPs so that you do not pay the price that Ma'am is talking about of wrong people coming into your firm or any malpractices happening to that matter.
So in our organization, what we do is, if there are like 5 rounds of interviews to hire someone, we will do 4 of them remotely, but we'll make sure that one of it happens, one of it is face to face. And I've seen some digital products nowadays where I keep getting into a lot of courses, and when you actually give those exams, you are supposed to be verified, like there's a photo verification ID verification that happens. Is there any other thoughts?
We do have agencies with us to go for the reference check because the final offer is rolled out. We don't do anything without the ref check. Even though it is online, the thing is happening.
Thank you for that question, ma'am. What is the next question? I see a hand there. Yes, when?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Kshitij from MBA HRM batch of 2426. My question was, what tools and softwares does your organization use to facilitate regarding the triple bottom line, and what HR policies facilitates these evolutions, sir?
So there are 2 questions. One is what tools do we use and software use, and we use the tools to support
the triple bottom line.
Triple bottom line. Okay. Anyone wants to take that? Anyone? Okay. So can you elaborate on the question? What is triple bottom line? I just assume that all of us should.
Triple bottom line is about the social, environmental, and economic effects that your policies have.
Okay.
What's the question on that?
So what is the software or tool that organizations use today to support ESG?
Support and track progress.
And track progress.
See, how to track this, whether this is working. Basically, the intent of tracking is to see whether the impact is being driven or not, right? So now, some tools which are basically your pulse tracking tools can help in getting a view of what is the general perception about the implementation of those. Others can be how do you drive this through some of the collaboration tools, which is basically you can see Teams, Slack, or some other tools also, which basically garner a little bit of more interest from the group to give you a sense that these policies that you have developed or you have shared with the organization are being actually how they are being looked at. If there needs to be some correction in it, or is it working and getting the right attention from the people. So that is one that you can look at. The others are obviously some of the governance mechanisms that you have. So there will, and some tools will help you. These will be regular, your tracking tools on whether these programs are being executed and registered in the systems or not, which can be your HRM tools also. So again, a combination of these tools can be used somewhere to get the perception and the opinion from the company and from the employees. Other places to track it, which will be your regular tools also. So it's not very specific that we are using in our organization, but at the same time, as I said, these collaboration tools helps, and the pulse surveys that we do give us a sense of whether these are being perceived in the right manner and are being getting the right attention from all our people or not.
So just to add to that, what Vikas mentioned, it's very difficult to comment on a tool, it's more proprietary that way. But I would encourage you to, if you go to Google and if you search for JP Morgan climate report, it's a public document that's available. It's a PDF for I think 40 pages. If you go through it, you will see some of the models, some of the concepts that we use to track these initiatives. For JP Morgan, it's very important that when we onboard a client, like a huge company, we do an assessment. We call that carbon factor assessment. And when we do that assessment, we look at what is the current carbon intensity. Then we also look at what is the baseline. So that's the current. We look at what is the projected carbon intensity, which is something say probably or in a timeline of 2030. Where are they going to go? And then we also look at historically how they have been managing their ESG challenges. And there are some other qualitative factors as well, which would be governance and ways how they tie their metrics into our core operations. We see all of them, and then we make decisions of onboarding a client or not, because it's very important that for you to get trust on investors. I think Ms. Majumdar was talking about investors and consumers. From a product standpoint, how do we support our products with those strategies wherein we are onboarding the right client, who in turn will attract that kind of investment. So these are some of the concepts that we use to onboard clients who are following, who are claiming ESG.
With the permission of the panel, of course, we can also ask what Infosys and Avatar are doing to track these metrics and what sort of tools they are using. Probably they could add some insights.
Of course. I would invite Ms. Majumdar to talk about what is Avatar doing when it comes to ESG.
Well, I already spoke a lot of some of those initiatives. Regarding specific to the tools, there is not one tool, just like Vikas was mentioning, there's no one tool that is tracking everything. We have tools for every work that we do. With respect to, I was just talking about cloud computing, because that is something which is more focused. It would bring or would add value to decarbonization, so we definitely track how much of computation. And there is another thing that I also wanted to tell you, that when we hire or when we are talking about sprints, we were actually talking in our green room, our sprints are timed in a way that it would really make optimal code optimization. And I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot of tech, being in HR as well, but I think, unless you don't understand the company, you don't understand how they are contributing it, you wouldn't be able to be the enabler by being an HR. So we are making sure that every bit of code that is written do not have to be again going through another patch, or it doesn't break down. It has to be very well thought. So that is where we are tracking. We track our other SDG goals like diversity and others that we spoke about. We speak about productivity, that is also tracked, because our vision of people is meritocracy and motivation. We just drive those two factors alone. We don't take too many things in our plate. We are a lean team. We don't want too many, things that we are getting into and then we cannot make progress. So those are the factors. Yeah, thank you.
So in a very simple way, what Triple Bottom Line speaks about is, you just don't look at the traditional bottom line, which is profit. You incorporate people and you incorporate planet. So I think it's also known as the 3 Ps, people, planet and profit, right? The Triple Bottom Line is also known as that. And the other way to look at it is, unless you have profit, it is impossible for you to incorporate people and planet, right? So that's the basic premise. So let's not look at this in isolation from profit. Having said that, today, while there is always a business and an overall organizational focus on profits, the commitment that Infosys has to people and planet is primarily the way we drive our purpose. Our purpose itself is to amplify human potential. both for people, businesses and communities. In addition to an annual report that we publish a separate report only on ESG, and I won't go into the details, it's too voluminous. So the entire execution, deployability and approach flows from the vision, mission and the purpose, which is to amplify human potential, and nothing can be more telling than that.
Thank you so much for those points. Do we have time for another question?
Due to paucity of time, we'll have to close the question and answer session. But I take this opportunity.
So, one thing I would just
Yeah,
add
sure,
to
sir,
that.
sure, sir.
By the way, ma'am, the purpose of Hindalco is to make material that kind of produce materials, manufacture material that make the world greener, stronger and smarter. That's the purpose.
That's a great note on which we can end the session. And I take this opportunity to thank the respected dignitaries for such an enriching discussion and the students for participating.
On behalf of School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, I now invite Professor Savita Mohanty, School of Human Resource Management, to facilitate the moderator and the panelists.
सारे कैमरा स्टार्ट
With this, we conclude our panel discussion. We will now break for lunch, after which we will begin with the case study competition. Everyone Vishwa chapter, which aims at providing the students with an opportunity to use their knowledge, research and presentation skills, and to discuss the dynamics of the future of the HR industry. The case competition saw nationwide participation with more than 1,600 registrations across 30 B schools such as TIS Mumbai, XLRI Jamshedpur, IIM Mumbai, SCM HRD Pune and many more. The competition consisted of 2 rounds. Round 1 consisted of a quiz pertaining to the field of HR. It tested students on their knowledge and speed. Top 50 teams qualified to round 2, where a case study in alignment of the theme of Kshitij 2024 was given, and the teams had to submit the solution in the form of 3 slide presentations. Out of these submissions, top 10 teams with best solutions and ideas have been selected from across the country to present the same in front of our esteemed jury in the final round. I wish them luck and also take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed jury members.
I am honored to introduce Ms. Sudeshna Nayak, Head People Officer at ESSTL, overseeing HR functions for Bhubaneswar and Bangalore centers. Previously, she was a tech recruitment specialist at Mind Fire Solutions. A performance coach and mentor, certified payroll specialist by Middle-earth, and certified TPA trainer by Thomas International, Ms. Nayak is an accomplished HR leader with more than 18 years of experience, specializing in organizational strategy, talent acquisition, learning and development, and HR compliance.
It is an honor to introduce Dr. Birjendra Gupta, Business and Executive Leadership Coach, Founder and CEO Birjendra Gupta and Associates. Dr. Gupta is a renowned expert in leadership development with over 37 years of professional experience. With more than 3,000 hours of coaching and having trained over 25,000 leaders, he excels in executive coaching, talent development, and organizational transformation. Dr. Gupta's vast experience spans industries like IT, manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals, and his work as a visiting faculty at premier institutions such as XLRI Jamshedpur reflects his dedication to cultivating leadership excellence.
I am now honored to introduce Mr. Anirudh Majumdar, Executive Coach, VP, and Senior Product Manager, JP Morgan Chase & Company. Mr. Majumdar is a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience spanning the hospitality and banking industries. He leads transformative product management and sustainability initiatives. Outside of his day job, Mr. Majumdar is an executive coach, author of the book You Unleashed, and a distinguished speaker. I now invite Dr. Suchitra Pal to welcome Mr. Anirudh Majumdar with a bouquet of flowers. I now invite Dr. Mausami Padi to welcome Mr. Birjendra Gupta with a bouquet of flowers. I now invite Dr. Kalpana Sahu to welcome Ms. Sudeshna Nayak with a bouquet of flowers. I also invite Dr. Kalpana Sahu to welcome Ms. Somali with a bouquet of flowers.
We will now commence with the case study competition. Kindly note that every team will get to present for 7 minutes. We will remind you at the 6-minute mark, giving you a minute to conclude. Post that, the floor will be open for a 3-minute Q&A session with the jury. For the jury's information, a notepad, a copy of the case study and the evaluation sheet has been placed in front of you.
With this, I call upon the first team, Tri-Titans from the School of Human Resource Management, XIM University, to kindly commence with their presentation. All the best.
Very good afternoon to a very good afternoon to all. We are Team Tri-Titans and we are here to present our take on the case E-Waste Dilemma, the tech giant in sustainability overhaul. Next slide, please. So to propose a 5-year green HRM roadmap, we have divided this into 3 phases. For year 1 and 2, the focus is on quick wins to build momentum and awareness. This can be done through employee engagement activities and also through pilot e-waste drives. With 58% of employees currently disengaged from sustainability, targeted campaigns can increase awareness and also align workforce efforts with sustainability goals. Moving to year 3 and 4, the focus is to start embedding the green HRM principles into the functional areas and processes. This can be done through reverse logistics, through product redesigning, through cost sharing with recyclers, and also through incorporating sustainability in KPIs. Moving for year 5, the focus should be on developing self-reliant sustainability capabilities. This can be done through in-house recycling facilities, through through product buyback schemes, and also through revenue generations. Sharing few examples, Infosys with similar initiatives, they have also sustainability ambassadors who help promote their resource efficiency goals. Apple's Liam robot has disassembles iPhones for part reuse, and also which helps them in reducing their e-waste by 20%. Companies like Dell and Samsung have also seen a recovery of e-waste through employee engagement activities by 20 to 30%. Next slide, please.
So there were three main problems which we identified while we were going through the case. The budget constraints and the resource allocation, and also the cultural resistance to change. So we would like to address three solutions to such problems. The first one, we designed the framework, the integrated sustainability management framework. So there are five main components to this framework. The first one being engagement. We would like to start a program, Change Champions, where we will ask employees from different departments to come up who have already experienced some sustainability courses or different practical experience to come and motivate other departments as well. The next being the budget reassessment. We would like to propose that the budget from the company can be very limited, and there are programs from NGOs and government like the Gandhian e-waste management program, which is in cities in many states like Tamil Nadu, Bangalore, where the particular company TechGiant is already having their operations. The cross-functional teams, we have seen that many times that many departments do not know how other departments are actually contributing to the business. So for this, we would like to propose that the different departments should come up with different solutions together. So they actually understand how the other departments are also working as well. The next would be the training programs. Training programs like Cognizant Green and Sustainability at the rate TCS from different tech giants have already been very successful. The main motive behind these training programs is to make the employees aware why adoption of these techniques, the sustainability techniques, is important. The next is the metrics. So we would like to propose that the sustainability metrics like savings through sustainability and the e-waste reduction, which we have actually done within the past few months, should be calculated quantitatively. We've also went through a NASCOM report. The NASCOM report suggested that the companies who are using sustainable practices are actually saving a lot of money on the operational costs. This can be due to various reasons. They may be using different processes like more efficient hardware, software and systems, and they might be upgrading to more energy saving lightings and different softwares as well. Our final solution, the sustainability sprint. This is mainly to get employees on board. This will also create a good employee value proposition for the future as well. So firstly, it will be a 2-month program for the first two initiatives and an ongoing program for the rest two initiatives. The eco-discovery, we would like to conduct workshops. We would like to propose that there is a particular initiative by Intel where they have actually used e-management waste disposal in different work areas of their own place. So what this does is that they are promoting e-waste disposal in a very proper way through their employees. So employees are also getting aware and they are getting motivated to actually use these sustainable practices. The next would be the metrics which we have already been using. These metrics should be made understood to the employees. The employees without understanding these metrics will not be aware. So for this, we have proposed that already there are companies which use an application for their employees. Every employee has an application for their company. Since there are budget constraints, we would not like to propose a new application, but we would like to integrate a few gamified challenges in the application itself, and bonuses and awards can be recorded through those. I would also like to mention the change management techniques which the company should take. There are many sustainability galas which are organized in many companies. So we would like to propose that, because if there are no rewards, if there are no there is no recognition, there is no improvement in the work environment of the company. Since the employees are already saying that they are not thinking that the sustainable practices are actually adding value to them, so we have to make sure that they realize. That there is some addition to their value.
Now moving on to a transparent reporting framework. We have proposed a sustainability progress portal which will have 4 components, starting with an live platform like Dell does, like a closed loop dashboard. Second, giving daily updates like on a report or something, like Coca-Cola has sustainability reports for waste and water reduction. Third is having interactive sessions with the stakeholders in an open discussion forums and feedback sessions. And lastly, having external validation so that you can reinforce credibility like Apple does for its supply chain compliance. Next is streamlined communication strategy. They can have newsletters and social media campaigns like Nike has for. Okay, thank you so much.
We now request the jury members to proceed with the questions. Actually, we were short on time. 7 minutes was the time limit for the series.
One observation, let's go to the next slide. Yeah, all of you come here.
Hello.
Can you read the slides, whatever you have written there? No. Is it easy to read?
Not very.
That's my only observation. All your content, impact of the content, maybe it's a presentation technique, though I should not mention much about it, but it has its own limitations when you overload it with information. My other observation is you had a lot of references to other companies. Where is the source mentioned? Right? So that's always good to have a source mentioned. I was expecting that you will do it at the last slide from where all you have got references. It only increases the credibility of your study. Thanks. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, and it was really great seeing you all presenting so confidently, and you have really put on so much of effort. It is visible, it is actually overloaded with the data and research, so thanks a lot. So I would like to tell you that the 5th point, identify KPIs to measure the success of green HRM. Can you please explain a little more? What is the KPI you would like to do?
Yes, ma'am. So first is having employee generate ideas so that it will foster innovation like Google does for its, like it has green key. So that is one KPI. Second is measuring carbon emissions. Like Microsoft has we are digital tools through its own app. It measures carbon emissions. That is one. Another can be having employees being the advocates, so as it will improve engagement. So these are the few KPIs.
So in India, do you have an example who has done great in this green HRM, which IT giant, in carbon emission?
Ma'am, if we actually look at the industry, which tech giant is, the software industry being the electronics and stuff. So TCS and Cognizant are actually doing very good. Cognizant especially is taking many initiatives, like I mentioned, the Cognizant Green initiatives. There was also cultural resistance in Cognizant also at the very beginning, but training initiatives like Cognizant Green and sustainability at the very TCS these were the few initiatives which actually got the employees on board. And again, there's a chain reaction to that. If the employees are happy, if they are on board, the customers are on board. So that is what we've seen.
Great, thank you. And Wipro has also done a very great job. So their new building, I think it's in Pune actually. The entire building is on this concept. So you can actually go through that research.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So first of all, thank you for putting all of this together. A lot of research went in. I see a lot of reference to quite a few companies, Apple and a few others you mentioned, like Infosys. Question, this case study comes with the assumption that there are budget constraints. So how do you match up with the challenges that a company like Apple may have a lot of budget allocated for these kind of initiatives, but Tech Giant is already 300 crore short, right? So the question is, what's your strategy to address that constraint?
So that is why for that. In this particular site, we are actually addressing the budget constraints. As you said, sir, there are a lot of budget and they are 300 crore short around. So that is why we are not proposing any plans which are actually very financially mainly burdening. So what we are trying to do is do things within the company. Like we have proposed that there should be a 1 or 2 day hackathon. Since it's a consumer electronics company, there are a lot of young engineers there. So if the employees within the company are proposing ideas, if they are doing good, they should get some handholding and funding maybe after that. So propositions like these within the company are actually saving a lot of money. And according to the NASCOM report, like we said, if they're actually using these methods like energy saving hardware, software, they're actually being able to save around 250 to 300 crores per year, according to the NASCOM report which we went through. So if that is in place in a very proper way, in a very authentic way, then I think the budget constraints which they have will be resolved eventually down the line.
And also, sir, we have for the 5th year, as we suggested, there are many companies who also generate revenue through selling the scraps of the recycled materials. So, for example, Tesla also reuses the lithium, which is from the used batteries, so that it helps them cost cutting while raw material procurement. So for Tech Giant can also buy back its own e-waste and use some of the materials, and also which can help them in the raw material procurement.
Thank you.
We would like to reiterate that every team will get to present for 7 minutes. We will remind you at the 6-minute mark, giving you a minute to conclude. Post that, the floor will be open for a 3 minutes Q&A session with the jury.
Thank you, team. Thank you, jury. With this, we move on to the next team.
Now I request the second team, Team Showstoppers from MDI Gurgaon, to begin with their presentation. All the best, team.
Excuse me, one quick question. The previous team was Trident, right? Trident.
Team, you may start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Imagine a future where Tech Giant not only dominates the electronics market, but also becomes the gold standard for sustainability. This vision starts by understanding our stakeholders and taking decisive, targeted actions. Let's begin with the stakeholders. Internally, we have employees who right now feel disconnected from sustainability efforts. We also have management grappling with financial and operational challenges, and shareholders anxious about both reputation and returns. Externally, governments demand compliance with environmental laws. Consumers are increasingly vocal about their preference for eco-friendly products, and media and advocacy groups are scrutinizing every move, demanding transparency.
Can the can the slide be moved? Yeah. So each of these stakeholders have unique concerns, and that's where our actionable initiatives come in. For employees, we are bringing sustainability to their fingertips with workshops and green task forces, which are proven to boost engagement by a remarkable 78%. And for management, we propose a phased approach, prioritizing initiatives by ROI coupled with cross-functional collaboration that can cut production waste by up to 25%. Shareholders and investors will see immediate results by tapping into India's rapidly growing green bonds market with a 25% year-on-year growth. So it's not just an investment but a commitment to both profitability and the planet.
Externally, for consumers, we envision a product take-back program paired with modular product designs, making recycling and repair simple, rewarding, and aligned with their values. After all, 40% of the consumers are ready to switch to brands that act on sustainability. Governments and regulators can be engaged through renewable energy transitions and partnership with recycling startups, which are 30% more cost efficient and need 40% higher recycling volumes. And for the media and advocacy groups, transparency is the key. Regular progress reports and awareness campaigns will not only rebuild trust but also create a ripple effect of credibility, leading to a 20% increase in stakeholder confidence.
Next slide, please. In year 1, we set the stage for sustainability with 60 CR investment. Our focus is the Eco Ignite campaign, a dynamic initiative that uses workshops and gamified learning to engage employees in recycling efforts. By fostering action and embedding sustainability into our culture, this campaign aims for a 1:3 ROI. Equally critical is e-waste infrastructure and vendor alignment, with 30 CR will be used to build certified recycling hubs and onboard eco-compliant vendors. These hubs will comply with extended producer responsibility standards, a vital step for global compliance. With targeted training and transport monitoring tools, this initiative is projected to achieve over 1:2.7 ROI, laying a robust foundation for future growth.
So, in the medium term, with 140 crore allocated, we focus on scaling impact and customer engagement. At the core is the Eco Connect program, which rewards customers for returning used products. So, this is inspired by Apple's Children program, and this 90 crore initiative promotes recycling, strengthens brand loyalty, and is projected to deliver a 1:1.7 ROI. Sustainable operations will focus on redesigning products for modularity and recyclability, making them easier to disassemble for use. So reverse logistics will help in identifying inefficiencies in design, optimize production, and also reduce cost. And this is inspired by Nokia's take-back program, where the model shifts from a linear take, make, use, dispose approach to a circular economy and promises a 1:5 ROI.
In the long term, we should focus to transformative changes with a 200 crore investment. Our centerpiece is renewable energy, with 130 crores allocated to transitioning 50% of an energy used to solar and wind. This reduces emissions, stabilizes energy cost, and delivers a 1:1.5 ROI. Additionally, under recycling and innovation, rupees 40 crore will be invested in partnership with startups and NGOs. Now we surfed the internet and found out a company named as Namo E-Waste, which has successfully collaborated with brands like Flipkart, Amazon, Airtel, and Boat, and is helping them manage their e-waste very effectively. It has a recycling capacity of 3 lakh plus metric tons, so that is something that we can tap into. Together, we will develop advanced recycling technologies, improve material recovery, and align with the circular economy model. This initiative is expected to achieve a 1:2.5 ROI. Can we move to the next slide?
At the core of the strategy lies cross-functional collaboration. We propose establishing a sustainability council led by Chief Sustainability Officer Assigning department-specific roles to champion sustainability. For instance, R&D will focus on eco-design, production will seek plan for efficiency, and supply chain teams will adopt circular supply chains.
So now for each department, also face unique challenges. For example, production struggles with resistance to operational changes, and supply chains struggles with finding reliable recyclers, and also ensuring compliance is something which remains as a very big obstacle. Challenges pertaining to all other departments are also mentioned in the slide.
Now, to address those challenges, so for example in R&D, we can partner with academic institutions for research grants and prioritize cost-effective materials. In the supply chain, we can conduct regular audits and partnership with certified vendors, which can ensure compliance and trust. Solutions pertaining to other departments are mentioned in detail in the slide. Can we move to the last slide?
At the heart of any successful sustainability initiative is a well-equipped and motivated workforce. To achieve this, we crafted a dynamic LEAD program, which is Learn, Engage, Act and Learn. Through interactive modules, gamified quizzes, and real-life case studies on UH, we can make learning worth a cycle at fun. And to truly embed this change, we would be using an ACTA model for change management.
So sustainability isn't just a goal, it's a movement. And to keep our teams motivated throughout, we have also designed a robust reward system. Employees who contribute to reducing e-waste will be recognized as e-waste champions with tangible rewards like eco-friendly gifts and shareable savings from the initiative. On the reporting side, we have employed a bow-tie model, integrated both reactive and proactive measures, the descriptions of which are also mentioned on the slide.
Now we've sure that everyone's on the same page, communication, data, availability. We'll be telling our story through data storytelling using simple visuals and success stories to track the impact.
Am I audible? Your time's up.
Shown on the screen can be used to convey the information back with data to mitigate the impact of perceived greenwashing.
With the solutions we have outlined today, Tech Giant can lead way into addressing this challenge, turning it into an opportunity for more sustainability.
Your time is up for the
This
presentation.
makes Tech Giant a symbol of
Am I
sustainability
audible?
and innovation. Thank you.
Am I audible? Team, am I audible? I don't think you're audible. Audible?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. We may now proceed with the questions from the jury.
Can you go to that slide where it talks about all the ROIs? Am I audible? Folks on the Zoom? Someone can you say yes? Good.
Yeah, I will audible.
The next slide, I think. No, the one before this? Yeah, that one. Almost, it looks like a lot of research has gone through this. My question is, which of these might fail and what's your mitigation plan? I'll repeat the question. So if you look at all the ROIs, it looks like your research says that you have kind of 300%, almost more than 2.5, like 250% ROI on most of these initiatives, in short term, mid term and long term. Which of these might fail and what's your mitigation plan for any of these?
I think the point where we mentioned that we'll be collaborating with the startups, it might, maybe there may be a lot of obstacles, and it also includes a lot of cost that goes into it. So for that, what we can do is maybe, set up our own recycling centers, and not rely on just those startups. So yeah, that's one thing that comes to my mind right now.
Can you show one background calculation of any of the ROIs? Can you show us?
So I can talk about the short-term awareness and engagement thing that's mentioned. So the initial investment in 15 crores. So we researched on how we can get it back. So we divided it into three parts. The first thing is that when the employees are more engaged, they are 20% more likely to be productive.
Pause.
According to
Pause. What is that background research, I want to know?
yeah, so we went to Gallup report, and it showed that when the employees are engaged, they are 20% more productive. So if we can take the revenue to be 100 crores, if they're 22% more productive, we can say that we are adding 22 crores in revenue, more to that. And then there was the second thing was about absenteeism. So according to a research by EY, if the employees are more engaged, they are 41% less likely to take leaves from their workplace. Now, taking the same figures, that is 100 crores of revenue, it will lead to a 9 crore increase. Now, 40% of 9 crore is somewhere around 3 crores. So 22 plus 3 is 25. Again, the third thing was that it will increase their morale and everything. So, doing those calculations and all, the figure comes out to be nearly 20 crores. So that is how we came to 1:3 ratio of ROI.
So all in all, the benefits accounted for 45 crore and the investment made was 15 crore, and that is how we came at the ratio of 1:3.
Thank you, team. Are there any other questions from the jury? Okay. Thank you, team. You may leave the meeting now.
Now, I request the third team, Strategics from FMS Delhi, to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Team, you may begin with your presentation.
Okay. First of all, I would like to wish a very good afternoon to everyone, and I will start sharing my screen then.
We'll be sharing the screen from our own end, and we'll be handling the slides for you.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
You can start with your presentation. Is the presentation visible to you? From our
no. Yeah. Now it is.
Okay, you can start with the presentation.
Okay, so can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so we are Team Kshitij, and let us start with our presentation by we have developed a 5-year green HRM roadmap in order to reduce e-waste by 50% at Tech Giant. So our short-term goals for the first and second year include a e-waste audit, which is basically to establish a baseline so that we can measure our progress to our strategies. It also includes policy implementation, which is basically introducing the company e-waste policies, ensuring that there is compliance across all the locations as well, and also introducing awareness campaigns for employee training on e-waste impacts and reduction practices as well. So it will require an estimated investment of 80 crores. And now moving on to our medium-term goals for the third and fourth years, which basically includes the key actions of supplier collaborations, which is basically partnering with eco-friendly suppliers for sustainable materials and reverse logistics. It also includes incentivizing recycling programs so that there is take back and collection points on failed recycling. And it also includes investment in durable energy efficient equipment. And all of this will require an estimated investment of 160 crores. So moving on to our long-term goals for the fifth year, it includes product innovation and also includes achieving a certification of ISO 14001 for sustainable operations. And all of these would require an estimated investment of 160 crores. So can we have the next slide, please? So yes, now looking at the financial overview, so as given in the case that the projected cost for introducing all the practices would would cost us rupees 700 crores, but Tech Giant has an allocated budget of 400 crores. So there is a funding gap of 300 crores, which highlights the financial shortfall. So in order to cater to this, in order to address this, we will have to minimize on the expenditure. So we will be reducing the expenditure cost by reducing the operational cost by 30%. So in order to cater to the 300 crore gap, we will be incorporating certain practices such as lean manufacturing implementation, which will streamline the production process to reduce waste and operational inefficiencies. We will be optimizing the product design. We will be focusing on more recyclable designs to reduce the raw material costs. We will be partnering with the e-waste collectors. Thus, this will lower the logistics and processing expenses. There will be operational energy efficiency in operations. We will switch to renewable energy sources and optimize the energy usage in the factories. We will be recycling our infrastructure. We will be pooling out resources with other companies and have a shared recycling facility. Thus, after implementing these practices, we will have a total potential savings of rupees 220 crores by focusing on early stage investments in lean manufacturing and design optimization for immediate impact. Next slide, please. Okay, so the employee training programs would include the following components of workshops and e-learning modules. So our workshops would include interactive sessions on sustainable practices, waste segregation and e-waste handling. So that it will also focus on department-specific sustainability rules as well. And the e-learning modules basically would include mobile-friendly courses on company policies as well as global environmental standards, and it will also include the personal actions that employees can undertake in their lives in order to reduce e-waste. And the e-learning modules will be tailored by roles as well in order to make it more efficient. And for incentivizing these training programs for our employees, we can introduce reward systems such as gamifications and also other incentives as well. So gamification will include department level challenges with leaderboards and rewards for participation in green initiatives. And the incentives would can include handing out bonuses or awards for teams that can achieve the sustainability milestones. It can also include non-monetary rewards as well, such as recognizing the teams that are able to achieve the sustainability milestones, which titles such as Green Champions. And all in all, we have estimated that with these strategies in place, we can achieve an employee engagement of 85% by the 5th year, and with the total cumulative budget of 25 crores. And the outcomes through these include training completion of 90% employees being certified in sustainability practices, and it will also increase employee engagement as well, thus leading to e-waste reduction. Now, can we have the next slide, please? Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, so in order, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. So in order for a green HRM initiatives to be successful, we need to measure the KPIs and performance. So in order to measure the e-waste reduction rate, we will be using baseline tracking and annual reduction monitoring. Here we will be tracking the percentage decrease in e-waste. So our target, which is the current baseline, which is 2,40,000 tons, which is generated by Tech Giant, needs to be reduced to 1,20,000.
You have 1 minute to conclude.
Yes, okay. So, in order to achieve a 50% reduction, we'll be tracking the percentage of e-waste decrease year on year annually. Next, we will be measuring the employee participation rate by taking continuous feedbacks and completion rates by doing surveys. We will be also monitoring the product life cycle assessment by tracking the recyclability rate and the sustainability rates and how much the local vendors are sustainable in the long run. Ultimately it will give us an ROI of 90 crores projected over the 5 years from the e-waste reduction. And in order to reduce the greenwashing and in order to gain the trust of the stakeholders, we will be having third-party audits to verify e-waste reduction claims, and we will also provide a real-time dashboard which will display the key metrics accessible.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the jury to go forth with the questions.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so you're from FMS college, right?
Yes. Yes.
Great, good job done. And I have one question. So which, in your previous slide, can you go back to the previous slide where you talked about the customer satisfaction? Okay. So I'm not able to see here, but you did mention that customer satisfaction at end of 5 years, it will be coming back to 88% again, right? Or you mentioned about employee satisfaction, which was that? Employee satisfaction.
Yes, and also it was mentioned in the case that customer satisfaction had decreased from 88% to a lower level. So with these strategies in place, we also aim to achieve the same level or a higher level of customer satisfaction as well.
Okay, so do you have any year-on-year plan for that, or you are trying to resolve it at the 5-year?
With the 5-year only, since it was mentioned that the customer satisfaction had decreased because it was revealed that the e-waste reduction practices at Kshitij were not proper, and they were contributing to a massive tons of e-waste. So the customer satisfaction had in fact decreased due to this piece of information being out in the public, which had also harmed the reputation of the company. So since it was because of the e-waste problem only that the customer satisfaction had decreased, so we believe that we can address the customer satisfaction with these strategies in place.
So that's on year 5th, right?
Yes, by year 5th we are projecting that by year 5th with these sustainable practices we would be able to increase the customer satisfaction to previous levels.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Do we have any more questions, sir?
Yeah, just one quick question. Somewhere you mentioned about implementing lean manufacturing. Have you considered the cost of implementing lean manufacturing? And if yes, what's the budget?
40 crores. It is mentioned in the budget allocation slide, which is the second slide.
Okay. Alright, if it's mentioned, good.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, I request the fourth team, HR Renaissance from the School of Human Resource Management, Exide University, to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team HR Renaissance, and we are presenting our case on the sustainability overhaul at Kshitij. Next slide, please. So the vision is clear, that is to reduce the e-waste by 50% and establish Kshitij as a sustainable organization. So now, since it's a transformative and radical change, it definitely needs structure and definition to it. And for that purpose, we have applied the work-driven change model, which on applying the model to the case, we see that the external environment has triggered the change events.
which in turn is going to affect the interconnected elements, namely the mission strategy, the culture, the structures and the processes. And the provision of feedback loop makes it a more holistic approach. So according to HBR report, two of the most essential drivers of a successful change is one, the willingness of the leaders to change themselves, and two, a shared ownership value plus. And for that purpose, we have proposed setting up sustainability task force, which would be headed by the Chief Sustainability Officer and comprised of representatives from different functions, as well as external experts, which would not only help in enhancing the the cross-functional collaboration, but will also provide the technical expertise. So their main function would revolve around recommending policies, technical assistance, monitoring, as well as creating a culture of sustainability. Next slide, please.
From the case, it is very clear that there are a lot of culture gaps within the organization. And to analyze that, we have used the Shine's change model, which categorizes culture into three major aspects. Firstly, artifacts, which here we can see that there is a lack of visible sustainability efforts by the organization. The next one is espoused values. Here, sustainability is not included as a part of the organization's core values. And finally, the basic underlying assumptions are that there is a resistance towards sustainability efforts because the company might fear disruption among employees. So this is something that we assume the last part. And for all these, we've come up with possible solutions as well, which are listed there. Apart from this, we also did benchmarking with similar electronic companies, and also keeping in mind the budget constraint that the organization has, we've come up with a green HRM roadmap to attain the organization's vision, which is to reduce e-waste by 50% at the end of 5 years. So we categorize the goals into short-term, medium-term and long-term respectively. In the short-term goals, our major focus would be on awareness and training programs, and also nudging employees on a daily basis, like for example having comic strips in common areas that would nudge employees to be more sustainable, to practice more sustainability. And also we must include sustainability as a part of performance management system by introducing sustainable KPIs, etc. In the medium term goals, the main focus should be on having a sustainable supply chain practice, and also having a dedicated reward system for sustainability alone in the organization. In the long-term goals, we believe that the major focus should be on this or implementing the circular economy model, which would enhance the overall recycling, recycling of the products by providing refurbished products, etc. And also we could leverage partnerships with public and private organizations such as NGOs and even government collaborations as well. Moving on to the next one. Yes, so as I said, giving training is one of the major aspects, and for this we've come up with a training program for sustainability, and we've named it Green Leap. And there are 4 major pillars of this training program. Firstly, training for the leadership, because ultimately the leadership is responsible for implementing or ingraining sustainability as a part of the organization. So so that is the first pillar. The second pillar is, as she said, there is a new team being introduced called the Sustainability Task Force. So they might need training in the specific sustainability tools, life cycle assessment tools, etc. So that would be the second pillar. The third pillar would be role-specific training. As the name suggests, there are different teams like the procurement team, operations team, etc. So specific sustainability training for each team, and followed by general training, which is common for all the employees of the organization. Also, we've come up with a dedicated reward system for sustainability, which would include individual contributions, where employees will be awarded green points on the basis of everyday actions of sustainability. Similarly, there would be team-based rewards, there will be company-wide competitions based on sustainability, and there will be visible recognition programs which will be spoken about in detail in the next slide. So we propose a rewards tier system where these rewards for sustainability will be categorized into 3 tiers. Firstly, the gold tier would be for large-scale exceptional contributions towards sustainability, followed by silver tier, which would be for moderate contributions, and the bronze tier would be for everyday actions, small everyday actions of employees towards sustainability. We've also given examples of what type of contribution could be in each of these tiers, followed by the rewards that can be included in each of these tiers. Next slide, please.
You have 1 minute to conclude.
Next slide. Thank you. So coming to the last leg, of course, communication is definitely the key to driving a successful change, and we have divided it into 2 aspects. First one, the objective being communicating the changes that are being made, which can be done to the internal and external stakeholders. And second, communication to showcase the milestones and the achievements made. For the internal stakeholders, it can be done through case studies, interactive forums, and for external stakeholders, it can be done through a biannual sustainability reports, among others. And now coming to the measurement of the impact made from all of these initiatives, we have divided it into organizational, functional, and individual. At organizational level, we have proposed KPIs such as e-waste reduction, customer satisfaction scores, and percentage of revenue from sustainable products. At functional level, if I pick up one function, let's say R&D, KPIs such as eco-friendly product design launched and products using recyclable materials. And
Your time's up.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the jury to go forth with their questions.
Can you go to the slide which shows yearly what you are going to do? Yeah, this one, correct. See, the first purpose is we have to reduce the waste, quantum of waste by 50% over the next 5 years. So where is that coming? Am I missing out anything? Have you mentioned anywhere year 1 what will be the reduction? Year 2 to 3, what will be the reduction? Is it mentioned anywhere? No.
No, sir. So we did not mention the year-wise reduction, but
This one.
Can you please go to the second slide? Next one. Okay. So these are the R&R initiative you are thinking to do. So can you explain the gold tier, what you are going to do?
sure. So as mentioned there, like for example, we could have a proper framework categorizing, for example, if somebody comes up with a proper sustainability initiative, like a whole program or framework as such, that is something exceptional contribution towards sustainability, right? So that would come under the gold tier. And for example, rewards for that would be, there would be annual events conducted by the company. So there will be
Judge that, whether it is coming to gold tier or silver or bronze.
Yes, ma'am. So it is based on the impact that the sustainability initiative would create. Like for example, if somebody is, or we also mentioned KPIs, right, ma'am, in the next slide. So based on the KPIs, we could categorize them into metrics and how it has affected the overall contribution towards sustainability, and we categorize them into gold, silver, or bronze.
So have you taken any budget for that?
Yes, ma'am. We've included that in the medium time goals, medium term goals.
What is the budget?
So separate budget for R&R, we haven't mentioned it here, but we believe it would be around 50 crores because we've considered around 180 crores for the medium term goals as a whole. So we've done. Yeah, it is across all the 4 locations as well because there are 4 locations of the organizations mentioned there.
So R&R you are only considering as a medium term strategy?
The reason why we mentioned it in the medium term is because this whole framework would need some time to develop it, right? So once developing it, only then we can implement. And those are short term, medium term in the sense that it would take so much time to implement. So 3 to 4 years to implement it in the organization.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury. Sorry, sir.
Kind of allocated quite a, am I audible? You have allocated quite a lot of budget on training.
right? That we have to set up this training framework, right? Role-based training or something like that, right? Department-based training, something like that you have mentioned. And communication strategy you put up really well. All are linked to, all are being derived from the Berkeley model or from the scheme model?
So ma'am, it's a combination of both of them. So because the scheme model, it's particularly talking about culture, and culture here itself is a sub-aspect, because culture is one of the biggest resistance here. So we would say both of them are contributing to our framework.
And who should be driving it, ideally? The cultural change?
So the cultural change is supposed to be a top-down approach. However, I feel that having mobilizing support from within the middle or lower level would also empower the employees themselves, because there's a shared sense of ownership of this change.
Thank you. Thank you for transferring.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Julie. Now I request the 15 Team Excellent Innovators from XLRI Jamshedpur to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manvi, and along with me are Aryan and Varun, and we are the Excellent Innovators. Today we will be talking about how tech giant can manage the waste it produces so that it can survive in the market, for which currently is hinting towards a shift towards our competitors, along with a long-term impact on the environment and society as a whole with its sustainable practices. Here, we propose short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans for the organization. But today, we'll be focusing on some of the strategies that we think differentiate our solution and ensure long-term advantage. Next slide, please. Starting with the short-term initiatives, which basically covers the time frame for first 1 year or so. Under this, we believe that organizations should focus on awareness campaigns, developing the recycling plans, and having a pilot rollout of these recycling plans, and making any changes to the plans if required. The main focus under the short-term plan should be increasing the volume and building appropriate pipelines in place. We can also collaborate with the programs by the government, like the Green Credit Program, which basically is a market-based mechanism designed to incentivize environmental action across diverse sectors for positive impact and outlook and financial benefits. Coming on to the medium-term plan, which covers a time frame of 2 to 3 years. Under this, our focus would be on the e-waste take-back program, under which we collect used or end-of-life electronic devices from the consumers for proper recycling. This will help us to ensure that e-waste generated through our product is reduced in landfills and is not disposed improperly by our consumers. Along with that, we'll also gamify engagement and build our e-waste processing units. Coming on to the long-term plan, which starts from the 4th year onwards. Under this, we'll have a proper research and development team, which will ensure that products are optimized further to reduce the cost while achieving our sustainability goals. And we'll also undertake policy advocacy on public policy to increase the credibility. Further, we'll partner with academia to leverage talented individuals and the research infrastructure while ensuring the sustainable recruitment pipeline and embedding green practices into our university. Now, since we are putting forward our budget as a constraint, some of the ways within which we can optimize our budget to ensure that we achieve the maximum benefit out of it. Firstly, we must have a phased investment. We won't put in the entire money in one go, but we understand the traction and decide further. Another suggestion is to incorporate optimization in the KPIs from year 2 for the operations and other relevant fields. AI and IoT sensors will be used for predictive analysis, process monitoring, and further optimization for identifying key investment areas leading higher returns.
Change the slide, please. Okay, so there are 2 objectives here. The first is to develop a training program to educate employees on sustainable practices and their role in reducing e-waste. And second is to implement change management techniques and reward systems to cultivate a sustainability focused culture at HRM. To achieve this, we have planned the training program to be of 5 key modules, which will span over a timeline of 3 years, starting with the relevant models in Tier 1, domain expansion and a broader picture in Tier 2, and advanced monitoring and refreshers in Tier 3. And on the right side of the slide, you can see a sample trajectory for a junior employee. And the 5 key modules which we have planned are firstly the sustainability basics for foundational concepts, e-waste impacts, and the 50% reduction target. And this will be mandatory for all the employees, and it will be delivered as a 2-hour e-learning course. So the second would be role-specific practices. It would be department tailored for R&D, supply chain, production, marketing. It would be a 4-hour hybrid session. Third is practical e-waste reduction. It would be designed mainly for production teams and facility managers, and it will focus on skills like waste segregation through monitoring. And it will be a 6-hour on-site workshop. Fourth is change management, which we think should be aimed at middle and senior managers. It would emphasize on cultural and living practices through interactive 4-hour training. And lastly, it would be measuring sustainability. It would be a 3-hour virtual session. It would train committees on tracking, analyzing, and removing KPIs while avoiding greenwashing. Now, before coming to rewards, it's imperative we define an objectable, measurable way of success that aligns with our business goals and advantages. So we have planned the same through metrics and targets like firstly the 90% model completion, highest recycling rates, and being the top 5 of brand trust indexes nationally. So to motivate employees, we have integrated the rewards in the 3 ways. First is the green channel certification, the sustainability hero badges on model completion, which will be announced through the internal communication. Second is financial incentives like bonuses, gift cards for completion. And third, lastly, would be gamified challenges for actual implementation and completion of learned practices. In the operations of the employees where points can be redeemed for leaves or the perks. That is because the bottom line only benefits when employees actually put to practice the learnings obtained, which leads to achieving strategic goals. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Team, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Yeah, so we have looked at the cross-functional and leadership structure, and we believe that there would be a sustainability program manager whom we believe would be overseeing all the operations, and we will basically have a task force based structure wherein the program manager will be heading the task force, and there would be department leads and committees which will be ensuring that all the departments actually follow to the KPIs that are established for them. We believe that this is much better than a matrix structure, otherwise that would overload the employees, and there would be monthly reviews and feedback. We've outlined some of the challenges and solutions. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. So finally, we looked at some of the KPIs that we've outlined, and we've already mentioned them in the slide, but we'll quickly go through, which is that external expectations would be very high. We want to be in the top 5, and we want to make sure that we are taken as a trusted brand. So for that, we can ensure BRSR reporting and other initiatives, and we also make sure that we are basically up to the mark with the industry.
Your time is up.
Yeah, thank you so much. That would be a presentation.
Thank you. Now I request the jury to go forth with the questions.
Can you hear me? Again, I've asked the same question. Which year you are reducing how much waste? Do you have it anywhere? I didn't see it. So if I missed out, you can tell me. Yearly, your long-term, mid-term and short-term, well-defined. How much will you reduce in that period?
Yes, sir.
Where is that mentioned? In which slide?
Sir, we have not specifically mentioned about the waste percentage, but if we go back to slide 5, there we mentioned efficiency, which is 30% recycling and 50% in year 1, and we assume that
it's okay. I just wanted to know if you have mentioned that your commensurate with your dividing the total projects, and you indicated
Yes,
what
sir.
you will use. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. We also have the take back participations for the incentive that we introduced for the customers as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you so much. So, just one question on the previous slide. So, R&D in your 5-year plan, you have kept it to the last year, that is 4th year.
Yes. Yes.
So, first question, what is the logic? And any findings which you are getting from your R&D, when are you going to implement it? If it is on the 4th year, because it's a 5th year.
So our reason, so if we look at what our entire pipeline is, we start off with introducing the recycling initiatives and also the e-waste take-back programs pretty early on. And the reason for that is that we can change our suppliers, our vendors, and the e-waste take-back much earlier on, while R&D we believe it would take some time to actually optimize the designs and also come up with new ideas. So that is why we first want, and at the present the company is facing an existential crisis, wherein 72% of customers are threatening to switch. So we believe that first come, first serve, it should be addressed before we move into R&D and any other integrations which would take some time. And I don't remember your second question, if you could kindly repeat.
Yeah, so the second question is the findings from R&D, what is the report you are getting, so that you will get on the 5th year, right? It would, R&D is not a 1 month or 1 week job, that would take some few months at least. So then you must be investing a lot in R&D, so that result will be coming on the 6th year or 7th year, which will not be giving you any result in reducing the 50% wastage in e-waste in 5 years. That was my question. So why did you choose to keep it to the last if you are not yielding the result?
Our logic, when it comes to logic for R&D being in the 4th year, we thought of R&D, it requires substantial investment, expertise and time. So starting in year 4 allows earlier phases like years 1 to 3 to stabilize awareness, pilot programs and infrastructure development. And we believe when it comes to findings by year 3, we will have data from waste processing and pilot programs, and we will identify areas where green product innovations are required. It could be modular or it could be recyclable designs. And when it comes to implementation, we have thought that of all the innovations we have developed in year 4, it can be implemented in year 5. We could focus on producing sustainable products or driving market growth and ensuring there is a 50% e-waste reduction.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Manoj will tackle that with our complete plan. Our plan tackles the challenges in phases. Year 1 focuses on e-waste audits, collection drives, and trade-in programs. Year 1 to 3 will launch a refurbished product line, and cross-functional teams, circular economy initiatives. By year 5, we aim to embed sustainability through training, government incentives, and GRI CESB frameworks to rebuild our trust.
That sounds good. But can you also look at some industry examples of best practices? These changes
Absolutely. Samsung, for example, recycled 96% of its waste in 2021. This was the backdrop of the global average recycling rate of e-waste being 22.3% according to WHO figures. We will aim to set similar standards. Rajesh, can we change the slide 2, please? Yeah, Rajesh, the land. Rajesh, the success of this transformation relies on overcoming resistance from employees and leadership. How will you drive the cultural change and ensure alignment with sustainability goals?
To drive the cultural change, we will embed sustainability through team HRM initiatives, including training, workshops on sustainability, and e-waste management. reward systems and appointing sustainability champions in each department. Leadership alignment will be ensured through workshops for senior executives to commit to the long-term sustainability goals.
Next slide, please. Rajesh, I see the value in these initiatives, but you have examples of how other organizations have implemented similar measures.
Great question, Manoj. We are inspired by industry leaders. Unilever's Sustainable Living Plan boosted employee engagement. Green Electric's Eco-Imagination created green jobs. IBM's Green Horizons upskilled employees with green certification. And to be honest, Google's Green Themes promote sustainability through workshops. These examples shape our green HRM strategy.
Those are impressive examples, Rajesh. How will you measure the impact of the green HRM initiatives?
Absolutely clear. We'll track our internal progress through metrics like employee engagement and participation, departmental innovation, and selection of sustainability champions from within the company.
But Rajesh, green HRM is a long-term cultural shift. How will we sustain this momentum over time?
Sustaining momentum requires leadership visibility, weekly campaigns such as Green Week to share ideas, and cross-departmental ESG teams inspired by Google's Green Teams concept.
Alright, Rajesh, but how will we ensure our e-waste management program is engaging and impactful across all the departments?
We'll raise awareness with monthly fact sheet on e-waste impact, followed by training sessions and quizzes with incentives. For implementation, we'll set up collection points and partner with certified recyclers. Teams will be motivated with monthly Green Ambassador recognition and annual awards for top performing departments.
That sounds like a solid plan. The examples from Unilever and IBM are reassuring and will resolve our issues too. Next slide.
Slide. Rajesh, let's delve deeper into how will we measure the return of investment for our green initiatives. What specific metrics are we looking at?
Priya, we have identified 5 key ROI areas: cost savings through circular economy practices, energy efficiency by upgrades and renewables, productivity gains from increased employee satisfaction, revenue growth from eco-friendly product lines, and improved reputation metrics to enhance customers' loyal, trusty, and trust.
Please move to the next slide, the transform slide. These metrics sound complete, Rajesh, but can you give us an example of a company that has successfully implemented such measures?
Certainly, IBM's Project Green is a standout example. They reduced e-waste with innovative cooling solutions and systems, saved $1.3 million annually in energy and impact emissions equivalent to removing 1,300 cars from the road. This shows the real impact of aligning operations with sustainability goals.
That is great. What will we do to introduce such initiatives in our company?
Manoj, we aim to recycle 25% of e-waste by year 3. While the industry average is 50%, we also target a 20% reduction in energy consumption by year 4, with the industry average at 30%. Additionally, we are also aiming for ISO 14001 certification by year 4, focusing on environmental policy, continuous improvement, and monitoring for a structured framework. This all work will take us to SDG 12 and SDG 3 for responsible consumption and climate action.
Please, you have 1 minute to conclude your presentation.
Let's ensure these initiatives aren't just goals on paper but measurable realities.
Absolutely. By integrating measurable ROI metrics aligned with SDGs and following industry benchmarks, will ensure our sustainability transformation delivers tangible and credible with 25% capital X. Also, along with this, we adopt a transparent reporting framework along with GRI and BSR. This all will lead us to we are converting 20% of the example of FedEx to hybrids and ESG focused teams. McKinsey has reported 70% of customers are willing to pay more for sustainable products.
To conclude this transformation aims to create a long-term value for stakeholders and position tech giant as a sustainable leader. As Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. We are building a future defined by responsibility and impact. Let's lead with purpose, and thank you so much for hosting us.
Thank you, team. We will now proceed with questions from the jury.
Excellent storytelling, very well framed, good work on how you scripted the whole presentation. Really loved it. Just one question on the presentation. Do you consider that, like, you understand the concept of DEI? DENI? Yes? No?
Yes. Diversity, equity.
Correct. So when you consider DENI, the kind of colors that you use on the slide, right, at times may not be understood by people who are colorblind. Like there are folks who don't understand some of the colors. So probably a consideration for you in your future slides to think about how you use the colors. That's why more basic colors are used. But yeah, that's just an observation. I thought it's a very good presentation.
Thanks a lot, sir. It's a very good suggestion, and we'll try to align with this because obviously inclusion comes through like a significant part of our stakeholder management. We'll try to integrate this into our another slides.
Thank you, sir.
So the investor will invest in this organization?
Yes, sir, definitely, because we've just demonstrated to you the change that the CEO and the CSO, the change that we are proposing in these directions. It will be honest and it will be comprehensive throughout the 3 or 4 years of this investment.
Along with that, we have also set the benchmarks on the current industrial benchmarks. This will help the investor to understand, yes, there are companies who have worked on this and they have achieved results. Surely, it will make the investor.
What will be the waste after 3 years? I'm fixed on this question actually. What will be the amount of waste generated after 3 years?
The reduction in amounts from waste recycled, right, sir?
Yeah, what will be that waste amount?
Since the target is for 5 years, but for the 3 years we have decided we reduce the recycling, increase the recycling rate to 25%. This is the end set by us.
So, as an e-commerce, as an electrical manufacturing company, this company has to continue manufacturing, but all we can do is ask for take-backs and provide buyback options to the customers, so that we get the e-waste back from them and then we can recycle them to common channels.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from the jury? Okay, thank you team, thank you jury.
Now I request the 7th team, Visionary Vanguard, from the School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are Visionary Vanguards and we are going to address the challenges that the organization is facing, tech giants, sustainability challenges. Next slide please. So the challenges were outlined were the limited budget, cultural resistance and also operational silos. So we have divided the 5-year plan into 3 phases, which starts from short term, medium term and long term, which caters to the challenges here. While we talk about the short-term challenges, we have to integrate the performance management into individual KPIs. Because also the challenge is to have the accountability for each employees in the organization. Secondly, employee awareness campaigns by training the line managers, because they are the pillars of the organization who is going to drive the changes. Now coming to putting these bulletins of progress for every department in order to foster a culture of sustainability. Now department progress tracking, where we are going to have quarterly recognition for the best performing departments in the organization. Moving to the medium term, we are going to have sustainable work policies, where we are going to have green Fridays, similar to what Amazon does for their well-being. Now second one is to train R&D teams, because that is a more crucial part of it. Along with that, we are also looking into the collaboration between R&D and production to have a better collaboration and better product output. Now coming to the awards and accountability, we are going to have the annual event as well to recognize departments and overall the practices of individuals, how they have performed in the sustainable aspect. Now we are going to have to ensure that we have limited budget, we can form a committee as well, similar to how we have DEI committees, to have a sustainability committee. Now for the long term, we are going to have a metric organizational structure to have a better collaboration between departments, because to have a sustainable product, we need to have a collaboration between different departments. Now sustainable visible integration, that has to be done in our leadership teams, because we see why we have vision integrated, the sustainability integrated into the vision, we see there is a better outcome of the behavior indicators for each individual contributors. Now we are going to have transparent reporting and circular economy integration. We have put the industry practices as well, where we have Opela, Samsung, which have a micro website about sustainability progress that they are achieving. Now we have Apple as well, who have incorporated a vision, a sustainable statement into that vision. Next slide, please. Now, to have a better collaboration between departments, we believe that leadership is the key. A change that can be driven through leadership, and that success rate is 79%, which is done by McKinsey and company. Now we are going to have the sustainable champions who are going to represent the sustainable initiative from each department, followed by the cross-functional task force leader who is going to oversee the workforce and how collaboration is getting place. Now we have senior leadership advocates, the CXOs level, who are going to initiate the challenges in order to have a culture and to have more innovation, sustainable innovation in the organization. Now this is how the metrics structure would look like, and it has taken from GSK, who takes the project-wise people from different departments. Now the few other solutions for the challenges would be to form a dedicated department of sustainability, shared vision and OP alignment, and training and awareness to all employees, and in regular training for the same. That's it.
Next slide. So I will explain how we'll be going to create a sustainable future through training and leadership buy-in and stakeholder communication. If we look at the training matrix, then it's quite department specific, and for the general employees, we are planning to provide them fun and challenging activities, and will make their learning engaging. If we talk about the R&D team, the main objective will be on creating more sustainable product and which are recyclable in nature. And next, we'll be transitioning this change through ADKAR model, which consists of awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. If I talk about awareness, then we'll be doing it through senior leaders, and desire will be created through participating in multiple team activities, and knowledge will be gained from participating in multiple case competitions or creating simulations, and ability will be developed by if we provide employees sufficient amount of tools to act. Then reinforcement will gain momentum only when we provide rewards and recognition to the employees. Then to stay transparent in the market, we'll be communicating to external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. For the external stakeholder communication, we'll be running social media campaign, and for the internal communication, we'll be doing town hall meetings and regular customer updates to employees. And our main goal will be to align all these employees towards a common goal to achieve our target before 2029.
Next slide. Now I have to talk about the KPIs and the ROI. To measure the KPIs, we are taking first internal as well as external. In internal, we are having on the office one employees, everyone. In the external, how public is seeing our sustainability practices. Employee engagement is the one, and the innovation in the product design, where employees are introducing about the innovation. And the third is operational efficiency, whether the workers are doing any efficiency in the manufacturing or anything. And energy consumption, it is like rating how many of the energy is consumed in the organization, and the training and awareness. In external carbon footprint, where we think about the scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, and the customer satisfaction, like whether they are loyal or not, and the stakeholder perception, like when it comes to public, when the communication is done through papers,
And third is market positioning, like where our market sustainable is going to position our company. And system to assess ROI, cost benefit analysis, like how much we are inputting, that much we will get output. In the revenue from sustainability, like how much revenue, like in this generation, most of the people are going to sustainability, where we get a more revenue by using the any logos of eco-friendly and the customer retention. Like Gen Zs are mostly focusing on sustainability, green steps, and we can go with the customer retention and the loyal. And the third is brand image. Because of, thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the jury to go forth with their questions.
So what is your year-on-year plan?
Yes, our year-on-year plan was divided into various initiatives that we are shown. So the short term would be done in a single year, which is giving the minimum cost and the biggest return, and then going forward medium 2 to 3 years, and then for the long term, which is 5 years.
So any budget you have allocated first year, then second year, not spoken about that?
Yes, ma'am. So it is 40% of the revenue, because we have been allocated a revenue of 300 crores. So 40% of that will be given in the short term, 40% the medium, and the rest 20% will be in the later phase. Because we believe that throughout the 3 to 4 years, there will be a cultural shift, and probably the cost will be lower with time.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury.
Yes, you're audible. Just give us a second, we'll share your screen. Now I request the 8th team, the Fast and Curious from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. We are team, the Fast and Curious. Yes. So Tech Giant, a global leader in consumer electronics and a dominant player in the Indian market, is under fire for its unsustainable management of e-waste. And this has led to severe environmental impacts and public outrage. The company has seen a drop of 15% in sales, 40% in customer satisfaction, and its brand trust index ranking falling from 5th to 12th in India. Yet, Tech Giant has set an ambitious target to reduce e-waste by 50% within 5 years in India, but driving engagement across departments and aligning long-term sustainability objectives with business goals. But there are some internal challenges, like fragmented operation across India that hinders collaboration. Another challenge we see is over here is the 300 crore gap in the budget. Also, culturally, employees are showing resistance. Externally, advocacy group demands measurable action, and drivers are gaining ground with sustainable alternatives. So by tackling internal resistance and market pressure head-on, the company has an opportunity to emerge not just as a tech leader, but as a sustainability forerunner. Next slide. So, the 5-year roadmap to reduce e-waste by 50%. Our journey basically begins with year 1, laying the foundation for sustainability. Like a cross-functional sustainability task force will unite different departments, driving awareness through webinars and workshops. So by collaborating with certified recyclers and launching a Tech Back program in Chennai and Bangalore, we'll try to engage employees and customers alike, like integrating sustainability into policies and tracking participation. In the medium phase, in year 2 and 3, we'll scale our efforts under the theme, scaling sustainability to impact lives and communities. So by expanding the Tech Back program nationwide, we reward employees through a green chapping program and innovate modular designs for recyclable components. So by year 4 and 5, we aim to redefine success through a circular economy, and the key actions include establishing in-house cycling, reselling return products, and launching nationwide awareness campaigns with local governments and NGOs. And in this way, we aim to achieve an 80% recycling rate and a 50% reduction in e-waste generation by year 5. So to ensure that there is a cross-function collaboration, we have actually used Tuffman's team development model, where in year 1 we focus on the forming stage, that is establishing trust and aligning departments of sustainability goals. And the key action will include interdepartmental workshop. Also there is work assignment, a role assignment. For example, like R&D will be proposing eco-friendly material, and likewise for other departments also, where joint planning with clear sustainability goals like 10% reduction is there in e-waste. In year 2 and 3, that represents the storming stage, which will address the resistance and conflicts through conflict resolution, refining roles and incentive programs, and also driving early wins like eco-friendly product launch. In year 4, the norming stage standardizes process, fostering greater operational synergy. Finally, in year 5, the performing stage optimizes effort and to ensure that the department operate efficiently to maximize sustainability impact. Next slide, please.
So to build a sustainability focused workforce, we propose a comprehensive training program aligned with COPE's learning cycle, where employees first engage in hands-on activities in concrete experience like simulation exercises and case studies of industry leaders such as Apple. It will foster the awareness and innovative thinking, which includes reflective practices. This encourages employees to connect their learning with real-world application. Then we have tailored role-specific modules providing focused knowledge, equipping different teams with different knowledge, like production team with waste minimization techniques. Finally, employees implement their learning through green teams that brainstorm ideas and pilot sustainable practices. This blended learning approach, combining workshops, e-learning and gamified activities, fosters collaboration and engagement. For change management, the whole process is guided by Porter's 8-step model to ensure cultural transformation, where we will create urgency and highlight the e-waste crisis through town halls and visual campaigns, which is crucial. The next step includes forming a guiding coalition of sustainability champions, driving cross-functional collaboration, while the real vision of reducing e-waste is communicated through infographics and regular updates. Meanwhile, short-term wins such as e-waste drives will be celebrated to sustain the momentum. To further amplify sustainability in the culture, it is embedded by rewards and recognition, such as Sustainability Star Awards and certification that ensure accountability and long-term alignment. We include some unique initiatives like Eco Innovation Incubator grants, Green Sabbatical program, and Eco Mentor program for long-term alignment with the objectives. Next slide, please. For the transparent reporting framework, we will emphasize the clear matrices and third-party audits and stakeholder inclusivity to track e-waste reduction and sustainability progress. KPIs like recycling rates, carbon footprints reduction, and training impact ensure accountability, while annual audits and certification will be there to add credibility. Consistent communication.
You have 1 minute to conclude your presentation.
Okay. So, consistent communication through quarterly reports and online sustainability dashboard and media engagement foster transparency. The main benefits include the enhanced investors' confidence and the benefits to customers, which will create their loyalty and the regulatory compliance of regulators and the NGOs. KPIs are there like to measure the internal progress. We have included employee participation, e-waste reduction and process improvement. On engaging customers, achieving compliance and enhancing brand value, measures the external expectations. Key targets include a 50% increase in customer participation in recycling programs per year 2 and analyzing social media sentiment to track public perception. Compliance goals involves analyzing social media sentiment.
Your time is up. We may now proceed with questions from the jury members.
What
Previous slide.
Team, is the question audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
KPIs are the employee to measure the internal progress. We have included employee participation so that most of the employees are engaged in and inculcate that values. And second is the e-waste reduction. It is a measurable on basis of how much waste we are reducing and how much waste we are recycling. Third is process improvement, like how many lines we are launching, which is implementing the green policies, so that waste will be distributed, and how many energy days we are saving. And for external expectations, we have customer engagement, like how is the brand doing in the market and how is the customer engagement there. We have compliance and certification, so that as we grow with the sustainability, we require some compliances and certification. Third is brand value.
What are the certifications you are thinking?
Hello.
What are the certifications?
Like we have benchmark like ISO 1400001 and some green initiative like ISWA and others, so that as we have mentioned the ISO and ensure 100% compliance in these regulations.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury. Thank you.
Now I request the 9th team grades from IIM Visakhapatnam to begin with their presentation. All the best.
Thank you. So we are giving grades from IIM Visakhapatnam. So we will be presenting our presentation, which is about the green HRM, a competitive edge of gaining a competitive edge through sustainable HR practices. So moving on to the next slide. Hello, can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, sure. So this slide presents about the green HRM roadmap, which is a 5-year journey to sustainability, which focuses on reducing the annual e-wastage by 50% in 5 years, and also restoring the company, that is the tech giant, by its position of 5th in the Brand Trust Index. So the company has allocated a budget of 400 crores, which has to be spent over the next 5 years, but faces a shortfall of 300 crores. So we have to optimize those funds and prioritize initiatives which provide high ROI and scalable impacts. Now the roadmap that we have proposed consists of 3 phases. The phase 1, which is the foundation and awareness, it consists of the first and second year. So the main objectives are mentioned here. The first primary objective is to provide employee awareness campaigns, which includes e-learning modules, which will target all the 25,000 employees of the company at just 200 rupees per employee. Moving ahead, the regional e-waste collection drives will establish collection points across all the key cities, targeting to gather 10,000 metric tons annually at 1,000 rupees per ton. Then we will move on to create some green HR roles in all operational hubs to drive sustainability efforts, and then we'll move to the recycling partnerships with local processors, which will ensure cost effectiveness in handling of e-waste. Now moving on to the phase 2, this initiative includes the systematic integration, which is scaled over the year 3rd and year 4th. In this, the major initiative is the digital product passport, in which we are investing around 50 crores. So in this, the products will be embedded with QR codes, which will will cost us around 1 rupees per product, but at the end will generate around 50 million over the next 2-3 years. Then we move on to a refurbished product line, which will process 20,000 metric tons annually at the cost of 3,000 per ton. Moving ahead, we'll move to employee initiatives, which will encourage employees to provide with green initiatives, for which we will allocate a budget of 10 crore annually. Then we'll move on to expanding our recycling partnerships with the local vendors. Then we move on to the third phase, which is the year 5, where we look onto the sustained impacts that we are getting from our initiatives. So in the third phase, the third-party certifications which we will obtain will help us enhance our brand transparency and image. The investments in advanced recycling technologies, which is worth over 100 crores, will help us in processing 50,000 metric tons annually at a cost of 2,000 per ton. Then we'll have annual green HRM audits, which will help in establishing accountability within our company. Then the global recycling partnerships will help in addressing complex waste streams, and then all these efforts in turn will generate a quantitative return on the investment, which will help in saving 120 crores annually through the landfill costs. Then this will then generate 50 crores yearly revenue from the refurbished products starting from the year 4th. Additionally, the qualitative ROI includes the improvement in the brand trust index that the company will regain its position of the top 5 in the phase of the next 5 years. Then with the customer loyalty and satisfaction, which we are targeting to be 88%, is something that the company will achieve. We will have a positive environmental and societal impact. Moving on to the next slide, it will be taken by Ashwin.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwin. Now I will present our strategy for embedding sustainability through cross-functional collaboration, change management and reward systems. First, the cross-functional collaboration strategy. We focus on 5 initiatives. First, establishing a common vision by aligning all departments through workshops and communication, targeting 80% adoption in 6 months. Second, defining roles and responsibility with sustainability champions and cross-functional committee to drive accountability. Third, we will foster open communication via bi-weekly meetings and feedback loops to break the silos. After that, encouraging innovation through diversity with brainstorming sessions and pilot programs for innovative solutions. At last, utilizing collaborative tools like Slack and Dashboard to improve real-time tracking and aiming for 95% on-time task completion. We also address the departmental challenges in supply chain transparency with the verified suppliers and conducting audit biannually. In production, we will collaborate with the supply chain for sustainable material sourcing.
Team, you have 1 minute to
in R&D's resistance to sustainability design with workshop and market benefits. And in marketing, we improve the communication of sustainability efforts through consumer education and campaigns. We would have to establish leadership roles such as Chief Sustainability Officer, project managers and champions to monitor progress and share best practices. To support this, our training program includes orientation sessions, e-learning modules and hands-on workshops with target of implementing at least 1 new sustainable practice per department by year 2. Now moving to the next slide. To change management and rewards. We implement change management techniques by engaging stakeholders through surveys and training co-creation. Leadership support to mentor and model sustainable behaviors. Effective communication using multimedia and milestone updates. And building a culture of participation with forums and innovation challenges.
Team, your time is up.
Reward systems would
Team,
include
am I audible?
programs.
Your time's up. Thank you. Now I would request the jury to go forth with the questions.
Okay, thanks for that presentation. There was a slide where you speak about hiring few more HR personnel, green HR or something, and you have allocated a, yeah, that's 3.75 crore. question. What's the alternative? Like, can you not use the current staffing, current resources? Like, why would you need green HR roles?
Towards that, we have to inculcate, appoint more HR coordinators.
Okay. What happens to them? What's their career roadmap? Okay, not to worry.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you, team. Thank you, jury.
Thank you.
Now we have the 10th team, that is our last team for the day, Team Wonder Kids from IIM Ranchi. You can begin with your presentation. All the best.
Just a second, ma'am. We'll just rename. We'll just rename our presentation.
Team, are you ready? Team, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Will you handle the slide movement?
Yes, we'll be handling the slides. You tell us when to go for, we'll be changing the slides.
Okay, ma'am. I'll inform you.
You may begin with your presentation. All the best.
Yeah. Like, will you tell the time it is starting, or we can just start and you'll start the time? Hello?
You can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So greetings everyone, we are Team Wonderkind from IIM Ranchi. Today we will take you through our comprehensive research and analysis, layouting a strategic roadmap for tackling e-waste and integrating sustainability into tech giants incorporations operations. Our findings are based on both primary research and conducted with over 125 plus IIM students and secondary research exploring industry's best practices. So let's start with the primary research. We surveyed IIM students to capture their perspectives on e-waste and sustainability, dividing them into two key roles as consumers and then as future managers. So the key insights that we got are that there's an 85.7% demand for sustainable brands among consumers, signaling that tech giant could boost loyalty by prioritizing eco-friendly practices. On the managerial side, 89.2% stress the role of sustainability in business success, making it clear that integrating sustainability into strategy is non-negotiable for future. However, a glaring issue was the low engagement in e-waste recycling, that is around 66.9%, underscoring the need to incentivize participation through user-friendly and accessible programs. Ma'am, will you please move to the slide? Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so the primary research is done. Moving forward to the secondary research. So both the companies have set ambitious goals, like Sony aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 with interim milestones like 40% renewable energy by 2030 and ensuring 50% of materials used in manufacturing are recycled. And also Microsoft plans to eliminate emissions from its supply chain by 2030 by refurbishing over 250k devices annually through circular centers. This initiative shows a clear path towards sustainability, emphasizing measurable targets and innovative solutions. Next, moving for the strategy for tech giants that we have proposed. We have mapped out a potential strategy for recycling that to address tech giants' issue of e-waste generation that was around 240k tons annually with a recycling rate of around 20%, and 80% of e-waste amounting to 192k tons remains unmanaged. So there are scope for improvement, and we have proposed two solutions, viable solutions. Either you do in-house recycling or you do private vendor collaboration. Let's compare these two approaches. Like for in-house recycling, it offers high control and brand impact, comes with high initial cost and longer implementation time. But however, it yields potential long-term savings and demonstrates long-term commitment to sustainability. Talking about the private vendors, it requires lower expertise and cost upfront, implementing a quicker but lacks the same control and transparency, making it dependent on vendor reliability. What would be our recommendation? Opt for a hybrid approach at the initial phase, prioritize in-house recycling when you are confident enough that you have known the expertise and you can move forward. Ma'am, can you please move to the next slide? So our next slide answers the first question that was given to us for the case, a strategic 5-year plan. So for the short term, our goals are to build awareness and lay the groundwork for structured e-waste management. Talking about the key initiatives that we have included for the first phase is that employee training and awareness campaigns. We can leverage minimal budget through online platforms to overcome employee resistance inspired by Dell's gamification approach. Next would be the Green Champions Network, empowering employees to advocate sustainability with Rivers Green Ambassadors program as a benchmark. Next would be the medium-term plan, that would be the second phase, that would be around third or fourth year. So by embedding sustainability operations, we scale up with recycling infrastructure development, partnering with certified recyclers modern after like Sodi's take back program with moderate to high budget implications. So this might require more money for tech giant. And moving forward, product design innovation for recyclability, like you rather not make your products so complicated that they need to be recycled a lot, and that would cost a lot of amount for tech giant itself. Moving to the long-term plan, the focus shifts to transitioning into a circular economy with initiatives like refurbishing and resale programs inspired by IKEA's buyback program, right? And the last program or initiative that we have proposed is the Sustainability Innovative Fund for Employees, right? That would encourage employee-driven innovations, as in the GE's General Electric's Eco Imagination Challenge. So we were also asked about how the reporting would work. So we ensured accountability with a triple bottom line reporting framework focusing on planet, people and profit. Tracking e-waste reduction and environmental benefits for the planet, highlighting partnerships and employee participation for the people. And lastly, showcasing cost savings and increased trust among the stakeholders considering the profit department. Lastly, our commitment to integrity includes third-party audits, honest reporting of both successes and challenges to avoid greenwashing. Moving forward, we take the next slide.
Okay, then strategies for cross-functional collaboration. We begin with the strategies of effective collaboration across research and development, supply chain, senior leadership, and employees. Research and development team takes the lead in designing eco-friendly modular products that are easier to repair and recycle, aiming for at least 3 designs by 2025. The supply chain team, in a consulting role, ensures 50%
You have 1 minute to conclude.
Standards and partners with certified recyclers. Senior leadership is accountable for fostering cultural shift and driving change management, ensuring the vision of sustainability permeates the organization. Finally, employees are formed and empowered to adopt sustainable practices and contribute ideas. A great real-world example is Dell's integration of sustainability into its product design and supply chain operations. To educate employees for sustainable practice, we implement the ADDIE model, analyze, conduct needs assessment through surveys and interviews, design, develop tailored role-specific training content, including green manufacturing, develop, create engaging e-learning modules and workshops led by sustainability champions, implement, launch peer-led sessions and a learning management system for self-paced learning, evaluate use practice evaluation model to gather feedback and identify areas of improvement. This multi-phase approach ensures employees not only learn but also practice sustainability effectively. And finally, change management techniques and reward systems. We use
your time is up.
Sustainability in our culture through
Team, am I audible?
environmental and financial risk, building guiding coalitions with senior
Am I audible?
empowering employees by breaking down syllabus, and finally celebrating short-term wins. Reward systems like recognition for innovative ideas.
Keep your times up. Thank you. Now I would request the jury to go forth with the questions.
Hello, I'm asking what is.
You mentioned that you have done some primary and secondary research.
Yes.
Your studies about these organizations, tell us one source. Like you have mentioned quite a few, Sony, Microsoft, etc. What is the source?
Most of them are on their website, but for Microsoft we have used like a research from McKinsey. The source we have not attached.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do we have any more questions? Thank you. Thank you, team. Thank you, jury. With this, we wrap up the case study competition. I thank our jury members. I thank our jury members for taking time out and indulging in such a stimulating competition with our teams. I would also like to thank each and every team for contributing to today's event.
On behalf of the School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, I now request Dr. Shubhra Patnaik to kindly felicitate the jury members.
I now invite Ms. Amrita Majumdar. Okay, she's not here. I now invite Dr. Mausumi Pari, Associate Dean, School of Human Resource Management, and Dr. Shubhra Patnaik to kindly present the prizes to the winning teams. I also invite Sudeshna ma'am to come and present the prizes to the winning teams.
We are delighted to announce we are delighted to announce that we have 3 special prizes called as the Bravos. We call upon the stage Team Visionary Vanguard from HRM University. Up next for the Bravos, we have Fast and Curious from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai.
Congratulations, teams.
The next 2 Bravos are Team Fast and Curious and Team Excellent Innovators from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and Accelerate Jamshedpur respectively. These teams have joined us in online mode today. We will get in touch with them soon and send their certificates via post. Now, we are delighted to announce the second runners up, Team HR Renaissance from Excitement.
Congratulations, team. We are delighted to announce the first runner-up, Team Showstoppers from MDI Gurgaon. This team has joined us online today, so we will get in touch with you soon, send your certificates via post, and finish all the formalities through online mode. Finally, we are elated to announce the winner of Case Study Competition Kshitij 2024. It's Team TIS Vijetas from TIS Mumbai.
Many congratulations, team. We request the guests and the winning teams to have a photograph in a virtual mode and a hybrid mode. We also request all the teams that have won in offline mode to join up on the stage and have a group photograph with the jury members.
एग्जाम का वीडियो भी आता है
Teams are requested to join the stage for the hybrid photograph.
We are now at the closure of Kshitij 2024. I invite Ms. Vrinda Kataria, Zimar Coordinator, to propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, Vrinda. Good evening, everyone. It feels like just yesterday that I stood here as a first-year student chosen to be the Master of Ceremonies for Kshitij 2023. Life seems to have come a full life circle as a year later, I, Vrinda Kataria, Coordinator of Zimar, the HR Association of Exam University, stand tall with pride, grateful for our team of talented, hardworking and determined individuals for successfully pulling off this grand event. On behalf of my entire team, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made our legacy HR conclave such a stellar success. To begin with, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Ms. Amrita Majumdar, Global HR Head at Avatar, for joining us and sharing such a refreshing perspective on things. I would also like to thank our esteemed panel members, Dr. Vijendra Gupta, Dr. Krishna Kumar Padi, Mr. Vikash Dubey and Mr. Sudeep Patnaik for such an enriching and engaging panel discussion. And special thanks to Mr. Majumdar for his efficient and zealous moderation of the panel discussion. Next, I would like to thank our jury members, Ms. Sudeshna Nayak, Dr. Vijendra Gupta and Mr. Anirudh Majumdar for bringing out the best of the students and their presentations on such a trivial theme. I would also like to extend my gratitude towards the entire team of NHRDM Bhubaneswar chapter for being our partner in this journey and helping us at each step of the way. Our warm gratitude to Ms. Bobby Patnaik, President NHRDM Bhubaneswar chapter and HR business leader Infosys for her support throughout. I would also like to thank our friends from media houses like Orissa Ray, News 18 and Business Standard for covering the event and giving us the platform to showcase ourselves. This event could not have been executed without the in-house encouragement at different stages. So firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Father Anthony R. Ubari S.J., Vice Chancellor, Exam University, for his leadership and guidance. Father S. Anthony Raj S.J., Registrar, Exam University, for taking out time from his busy schedule and gracing us with his presence. Dr. Andrew Datta, Dean, School of Human Resource Management, Exam University, for always motivating and encouraging us. Dr. Shubhra Patnaik, Associate Professor, School of Human Resource Management, Exam University, for her valuable insights, her unconditional support, and always encouraging us to push our limits and give our best. All the faculty members of the School of Human Resource Management, Exam University, for their contribution towards the event and also for joining us here today. Our lovely Zimar core and junior members who have worked tirelessly amidst classes, assignments, submissions, and even examinations towards making this event great. A special thanks to Mr. Ishan Sanehi for selflessly and relentlessly helping us connect with industry stalwarts who have joined us today as esteemed panel members and guests. The Dean's Office, especially Mr. Digambar Rath, Ms. Annie Brown and Mr. Jagan for their undivided help and assistance. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Team Illuminatics, the media and PR cell of Exam University, especially Mr. Rajal Ghai and Ms. Ashima Grover for the event coverage and coordination with media houses. I would also like to extend gratitude to Shaileendra sir and his IT team for being with us for ensuring smooth digital connect throughout, Raman sir and the maintenance staff for all the infrastructural support, Prashant sir, his team, and Kedar Babu for all the logistic support, and all the other numerous support staff
whose work is not going unnoticed at all because it is very, very crucial to have pulled this event this far. I would also like to congratulate my wonderful Masters of Ceremony, Ms. Anvesha Gupta and Ms. Rujita Ashtekar, for their seamless coordination throughout the event. I also thank Akansha Nanwal for the sweet Shloka chanting. Last but definitely not the least, we would like to thank students of the batch of 23-25 and the batch of 24-26 for their enthusiasm, patience and kindness throughout the event. Without your keen participation, this event would not have been as amazing as it has been. I hope we are all taking a piece of this day with us because I surely am. Thank you and have a nice day.
On behalf of Samar, the HR Association of School of Human Resource Management, HRM University, I thank you all for being a part of Kshitij 2024. Your presence, enthusiasm and positive energy helped us in making it a spectacular event. I thank you all for your cooperation and we wish you a pleasant evening.